In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livic, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livic's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livic is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livic, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livic. The official version of Livic has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livic, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. Once more, Livic's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded a rainbow. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Arangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livig themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livig map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General Improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecan bu takımı bu bark inancada. Benim yerim senin yanın ve Battleground'dayız olay tamam.
عيوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت كل الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا قرب كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não vira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer your red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança.
Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face-mui cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sahibi hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 size map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and
categories. More specifically, PUBG Mobile had 2 sets of medal at 31st game. There will be 17 teams from 9 different countries in the area participate in this esport. Thailand, Brunei, Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, and the host, Vietnam. Individual competition will take place from 16th to 17th of May. The team competition will start from May 18th to May 22nd. 31st SEA Games, next era of greatness.
Stay tuned for SEA Games 31, the PUBG Mobile competition. Broadcast live from May 16 to May 22nd on PUBG Mobile Esports Rehab channels. PUBG Mobile, next era of greatness.
with all the audience who are watching us to create a memorable SEA Games. Ladies and gentlemen, and to have a large-scale season with a grand stage like this, we couldn't help but mention the companionship and support from our sponsor. On behalf of the organizing committee, Sun Anh would like to thank all the sponsors, especially Edra Brand, the official sponsor of PUBG Mobile at the 31st SEA Games.
Thưa quý vị, và ngay bây giờ, không để quý vị phải chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để cùng với chúng tôi chào đón 17 đội tuyển đại diện cho 9 quốc gia tham dự bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại kỳ SEA Games 31 tại Việt Nam.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join us on stage to welcome the excellent athlete from 9 countries to participate in the 31st SEA Games PUBG Mobile event.
Xin được chào đón đại diện của PUBG Mobile Việt Nam, những vận động viên mang trên vai màu cờ sắc áo của Tổ quốc đến với SEA Games 31, đội tuyển Việt Nam 2.
First of all, let's welcome the representative of PUBG Mobile Vietnam, Vietnam Team 2. Thank you very much.
Và thưa quý vị, xin được chào đón ra sân khấu các vận động viên của đội tuyển thứ hai đại diện cho nước chủ nhà Việt Nam, đội tuyển Việt Nam 1.
Coming up on stage are the athletes of the second team representing the host country, Vietnam, Team Vietnam 1.
Tiến vào sân khấu của chúng ta ngay lúc này, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đội tuyển đại diện cho Brunei, đất nước hòn ngọc xanh của Đông Nam Á, đội tuyển Brunei 2.
Entering our stage now, we would like to introduce the team representing the land of unexpected treasure of Southeast Asia, Brunei, Team Brunei 2. Thank you very much.
Và xin tiếp tục hân hoan chào đón các vận động viên đến từ Brunei, đội tuyển Brunei 1.
And next, let's give it up for the athlete from Brunei, Team Brunei 1.
Và thưa quý vị, hãy dành sự chào đón nồng nhiệt nhất tới với những vận động viên đến từ Malaysia, trái tim của Đông Nam Á, đội tuyển Malaysia.
Thank you, Team Brunei 1. And let's give the warmest welcome to the athletes who have brought PUBG Mobile Malaysia to the next level, Team Malaysia 1. Thank you, Team Malaysia 1.
Xin được chào đón lên sân khấu đại diện đến từ Indonesia, một trong những quốc gia có nền PUBG Mobile mạnh nhất Đông Nam Á, đội tuyển Indonesia 2.
And right now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage athletes who are considered one of the strongest in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Team Indonesia 2. Thank you very much.
Bước lên sân khấu của chúng ta ngay lúc này, hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển đến từ quốc gia Myanmar, Myanmar 1.
Step onto our stage right now with their outstanding achievement in many international arena. Let's welcome Team Myanmar 1. Thank you, team.
Và ngay bây giờ thưa quý vị, hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để chào mừng ra sân khấu sự xuất hiện của những vận động viên đến từ đội tuyển Malaysia 2, đại diện cho thiên đường nhiệt đới Malaysia.
And right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to welcome on stage the appearance of athlete from Team Malaysia 2. Thank you, Team Malaysia 2.
Xin nồng nhiệt chào đón sự hiện diện của các vận động viên đến từ đại diện quốc gia láng giềng Lào, đội tuyển Lào 1.
Warmly welcome the presence of representative athlete from Laos, Team Laos 1. Thank you very much.
Thưa quý vị, xin được giới thiệu đội tuyển Myanmar 2 đến từ Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 lần này. Đất nước của những ngôi chùa Myanmar đã mang tới những vận động viên xuất sắc nhất.
Coming to this 31st SEA Games, Myanmar bring out their best athletes to compete, and let us introduce Team Myanmar 2.
Và hãy cùng chào đón ra sân khấu các vận động viên mang trên vai màu cờ sắc áo của quốc đảo tình yêu Philippines, đội tuyển Philippines 1.
Let's welcome to the stage the athlete from Pearl of the Orient Seas, Team Philippines 1.
Xin được chào đón sự hiện diện của đại diện thứ hai tới từ quốc gia láng giềng Lào. Thưa quý vị, đội tuyển Lào 2.
Please welcome the second representative of Laos, Team Laos 2.
Thái Lan, một trong những quốc gia có nền PUBG Mobile mạnh nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á. Cùng chào đón lên sân khấu đại diện của họ tới với SEA Games 31, đội tuyển Thái Lan 1.
Thailand, one of the country with the strongest PUBG Mobile background in Southeast Asia. Let's give it up for their presence in SEA Games 31st, Team Thailand 1.
Cùng san sẻ sứ mệnh cạnh tranh tấm huy chương danh giá của bộ môn PUBG Mobile với Philippines 1, đó chính là đội tuyển Philippines 2.
Sharing the mission of competing for a medal in PUBG Mobile with Philippines 1, that is Team Philippines 2.
Return to Vietnam after 20 years. PUBG Mobile is proud to be included in the official competition for the first time, becoming one of the 40 medal competition categories. More specifically,
Thank you very much.
PUBG Mobile had 2 sets of medal at 31st SEA Games.
Và đội tuyển cuối cùng đang tiến vào sân khấu. Thưa quý vị, đó chính là đại diện còn lại của xứ sở chùa vàng Thái Lan. Xin chào đón các vận động viên của đội tuyển Thái Lan 2.
And last but not least, representing their nation in the 31st SEA Games is Team Thailand 2.
In the area participate in this esport. Thailand, Brunei, Philippines, Myanmar,
Thank you very much, Team Thailand
Malaysia.
too.
Laos,
Thưa quý vị, và ngay lúc này thì tất cả vận động viên của chúng ta đều đã tiến vào vị trí và sẵn sàng. Còn quý vị và các bạn, quý vị đã sẵn sàng để đến với những giây phút bùng nổ của bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại SEA Games 31 chưa?
The athletes are coming to their position. How about the audience? Are you ready for the fierce moment of PUBG Mobile?
Quý vị hãy dành một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn để chào mừng 17 đại diện đến từ 9 quốc gia tham dự tranh huy chương tại kỳ Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 tại Việt Nam.
Once again, let's welcome all 7 representatives from 9 countries competing for medal at the 31st SEA Games.
Kính thưa quý vị, và trước khi bước vào những diễn biến đầu tiên, hãy cùng với Thảo Trang điểm lại những thông tin chi tiết về lịch trình, thể thức thi đấu của nội dung cá nhân bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại SEA Games 31.
Ladies and gentlemen, before officially entering the first game, let's turn and review the detailed information about the schedule and competition format of the PUBG Mobile individual category.
Hạng mục cá nhân của bộ môn PUBG Mobile sẽ diễn ra trong 2 ngày, ngày 16 và 17 tháng 5. Các tuyển thủ sẽ cạnh tranh trong vòng 10 game đấu, mỗi ngày 5 trận để tìm ra chủ nhân của những tấm huy chương danh giá.
The individual category of PUBG Mobile will take place within 2 days, May the 16th and May the 17th. Player will compete in 10 games, 5 matches a day to find the owner of the prestigious medal.
Về hệ thống tính điểm, sau khi kết thúc mỗi map đấu, top 48 tuyển thủ có thành tích tốt nhất sẽ nhận được một số điểm tương ứng với thứ hạng mà họ nhận được.
Regarding the scoring system, after finishing each map, the top 48 players with the best performance will receive points corresponding to their rank they receive.
Ngoài ra, họ còn có thể tích lũy thêm vào tổng thành tích của mình bằng những lượng điểm hạ gục mà họ giành được ở những trận đấu. Mỗi điểm hạ gục sẽ được quy đổi thành 1 điểm trong bảng xếp hạng thành tích. Và vận động viên có tổng số điểm thành tích cao nhất sau 10 trận đấu sẽ giành được tấm huy chương vàng danh giá.
In addition, they can also accumulate more to their total achievement by the number of kills they have won in matches. Each kill point will be converted to 1 point in the leaderboard, and the athlete with the highest total point after 10 matches will win the prestigious gold medal.
Còn bây giờ, hãy cùng đến với danh sách 51 vận động viên tham gia tranh tài tại nội dung cá nhân của bộ môn PUBG Mobile của SEA Games 31 lần này.
And now, let's come to the list of the 51 athletes competing in the PUBG Mobile individual category of the 31st SEA Games.
Thưa quý vị, đại diện cho đội tuyển Việt Nam sẽ là 6 tuyển thủ.
Representing the Vietnamese team, Frankie, Lambo, Vicoy,
Porsche, Mid-Raren và Ferry. Bilmrung, Global, Cole.
Galaxy, Kizo, and Rai Bentley.
Sẽ là 6 thành viên đại diện cho đội tuyển Brunei.
Will be the 6 members representing the Brunei team.
Đội tuyển Cambodia sẽ tham dự nội dung cá nhân với 3 thành viên.
The Cambodian team will participate in the individual event with 3 members, including Stalker, Zero, and Jitsu.
6 gương mặt đại diện cho quốc gia vạn đảo Indonesia, đó là
6 faces representing Indonesia are Redface, Alan, Potato,
Jaden, Jenford và Luxy.
Frankie, X-Rush, and Jumper.
Damrus, Speedness, U2 là 6 vận động viên đến từ đội tuyển Malaysia.
They are the 6 athletes from the Malaysian team.
Đến từ đội tuyển quốc gia Myanmar sẽ là 6 cái tên.
Representing the Laos team will be the 6 athletes, Noah, Beckham, Honda.
Ozone 3, King and Finn. Đại diện cho đội tuyển Lào sẽ là 6 thành viên. Poza, Green và Erosa. Thưa quý vị, và ra quân với đội hình 6 thành viên, đó là đội tuyển Philippines bao gồm
And the 6 members lined up in the Philippines team including Monboy, Rankit, H2R.
Newbie, Raymond và Ranger. Và cuối cùng là những vận động viên của Thái Lan.
And finally, the athlete from Thailand, Mr. 5, Beer 11, Strips.
Kotuni, Snoozy và Stone. Và thưa quý vị, ngay sau đây chúng ta sẽ chuẩn bị bước đến với những diễn biến chính thức trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại kỳ Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31.
And now we will officially come to the first day of PUBG Mobile individual competition.
Chúc tất cả các vận động viên may mắn và sẵn sàng để bước vào những cuộc cạnh tranh cho những tấm huy chương danh giá tại SEA Games 31.
Good luck to all the athletes who are competing for the prestigious medal at the 31st SEA Games.
Và ngay bây giờ xin mời quý vị đến với khu vực bàn bình luận, gặp gỡ bình luận viên Tùng Titi và bình luận viên Loki để đến với game thi đấu đầu tiên của ngày hôm nay.
And now, let's proceed to the commentary area to meet the caster, Tung.
Historic day here for PUBG Mobile as it makes its debut here in the 31st SEA Games 2021, hosted in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Contra. I'm here with Sis Jenny. And of course, we welcome all of you on board in this prestigious event to see who will be the individual who will take home that gold medal in this next era of greatness.
Yep, and definitely we are stoked to see how they are going to compete with one another using their wits and all. It's all about tacticality at this point of time. It's not really all about just fun and games, but we're going to see how they're going to prove that they are worthy of an athlete, at least for this individual match.
That's right, says Jenny, and I'm excited to see which nation will rise to the top. Of course, we have 3 medals from gold, silver, all the way to bronze for the top individuals who will perform in 10 maps to be played out for the entirety of today on the 16th, as well as on the 17th tomorrow. So 5 maps to be played out on each respective day. I think that they really have to keep up to the pace of the competition. Now, as compared to the usual standard format of PUBG Mobile, where it's run through with squads, individual performance here will be extremely interesting to all of us, where honestly anybody could have walked home with that gold medal strapped around their neck.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, Contra. And honestly, these players, they are not ancient to us. They already have their own records in a way. So one of the best lineups, I would say right now, is actually quite a challenge. I can simply say it's from the Thailand, from Indonesia. If you know exactly the origins of all these athletes, where they came from before this, they used to be champions from all the other tournaments that is played in, at least in PUBG Mobile. But today is going to be a different mindset, because obviously we're starting with the individual match first, and it's going to be quite interesting on how they're going to battle it out.
Indeed, and we're looking at 9 nations competing. We've got Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, as well as Brunei. Sure, you've mentioned some of all these titans in the professional circuit overall, but I'm definitely interested to see on some of all these newcomer to such a grand event. We have not have got representatives from Laos, Cambodia. Well, Cambodia we've seen quite a few from, but Brunei as well as Laos especially. These are the 2 nations that are here to surprise us with what they've got in store for us. Now, look at the home nation as well. Vietnam definitely are coming here with some really good home ground advantage. So what say you, says Jenny? Because we've got some really good rosters up involved here in the individual category. As for Vietnam, we've got Ferrari, McLaren, Frankie, Porsche, Lambo, as well as Vichoi. So any of these names stood out to you?
I think all of them. Because
Indeed.
they are not they are not ancient to us because they are from TX Xavier. So those of you who have been watching PUBG Mobile, you guys will know that these are the same players that we have seen so far. And you know what? We are going to talk a little bit about the posters that we have. So this is an event from PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile X Evangelon. So that is actually a way to pronounce it. Initially, it's like Evangelon, but I was doing a little bit of Googling yesterday. So they were
Evangelion?
pronouncing it as Evangelon, you know?
All right. And of course, for those of you that have watched the animes from years ago and all the way up to now, it's time for you to grab this as we've got the perfect collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Evangelion. Well, I hope I got it right, says Jenny, because, well, there's a lot of cool stuff that's going to be appearing in your PUBG Mobile client. So if you guys are brand new to the game, make sure you download it right now on the Google Play or the Apple App Store. And other than this, we still have a lot more great surprises for those of you who are tuning in, who are already players of PUBG Mobile yourselves.
Yep, definitely. In fact, they have this showing somewhere, so you guys need to do a little bit of research. And this is something that is featured in PUBG Mobile, so you got to check it out. It's available in game. So while you're hearing us, showing you a little bit of the posters, this is where you actually open it up and try to check it out while we're waiting for the match to start. So this is definitely quite interesting because it's a little bit of sci-fi, and then we have a little bit of the FPS. So it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, and I hope that it comes with more game modes or, well, definitely new skins are a given. So I really want to see what's up there. Now, other than that, I believe that there's also milestone giveaways, voice packs, as well as more to come. There's going to be more of all these images that's going to be appearing on your screen as we are preparing ourselves for the individual medal matchup here for the entirety of the day. So, says Jenny, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a few players out there that we're going to be looking out for, other than players from Team Thailand as well as Indonesia. Team Malaysia does have quite some star-studded roster from their end as well, so that's something to take note of. Other than that, I want to also take a look at Cambodia because these guys, they have definitely came up with something special. And speaking of something special, we got an event calendar for you to follow suit because PUBG Mobile has got you covered with the season reunion happening from 13th May all the way till 29th. So you have the whole month here to enjoy by just logging in to redeem all these great freebies. And it's all thanks to the courtesy of PUBG Mobile.
Yep, exactly. Second that to Contra because there's a lot of things for you to log in and redeem. For example, we've got the avatar, we've got the pen, and in fact, we've got the G coins that you can actually collect and then open up some of these awesome crates. In fact, there are skins involved, backpack, a whole lot of things for you guys to check it out. In fact, it has already started a few days ago, so this is the right time for you guys to go and log in and redeem what is there in our season reunion.
That's right. And just bring your friends along as well. If you spend about hours with your friends grinding ranks and stuff, you can even walk away with that toothpick swordsman set looking pretty cool if you ask me. And if it's for free, just grab it while it lasts. Remember, it's only lasting till the 29th of May. So you still have about half a month for you to try your best to redeem all these great things that are involved within the PUBG Mobile clan that you're going to be spending time on. But as we are proceeding slowly into our very first match, we're also having milestone giveaways for those who are tuning in right now, whether if you're watching from YouTube, Facebook, TV, and even TikTok. The more people watching, the more prizes you get. So make sure you bring all your friends on board.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got like combat diver suit, we've got the bathrobe, and that really cute backpack, which I kind of aimed at for quite a while. And right now they're giving to you guys for free. So you just gotta hit the milestones like what Contra is saying. Grab your family, your friends, your mates, everybody to watch this because it is going to represent, you're going to support your own country, and we can never know who's going to come out victorious as of now because it is all about showing your athleticism.
That's right. And with that being said, you can also enjoy all these great rewards while you are tuning in to this live broadcast. Now, I'm pretty sure that all the players that are set on the stage here is feeling a little bit of those nerves out there, but I want to hear your thoughts, Sis Jenny. How are you feeling about this prestigious event, the very first time that PUBG Mobile makes its debut here in Hanoi, Vietnam, and I believe that it will lead to more and more bigger events in the future.
Yes, I am actually feeling happy because it's not just about fun and games. In fact, esports has its own mentality where, your reflexes when you're fast enough, how you think fast, how you react, those things actually creates a good positive vibe in your nervous system, the way you think. So this is actually a part to show that, hey, it's not just our body needs exercise. A whole lot of things that is inside ourselves need to do a little bit more on that. And honestly, this platform where we can see FPS game, for example, PUBG Mobile, has a whole lot of that will trigger on how we are going to react on certain skill sets that we might see in these athletes later on.
That's right. There's a whole lot of strategy involved and a whole lot of planning as well. So for those who are unfamiliar with the genre of Battle Royale, it's the game of last man standing that will take the biggest piece of the pie. And when they're talking about pie, it has to be served with chicken because the first place that walks away with that chicken dinner will be awarded with a chunk of 20 points. And, the numbers will dwindle down from the first place all the way down to the 51st placement overall. But to those who are new to this format, of course, when it comes down to individual plays, it's all about accumulating the elimination points as well. The more players that you eliminate from the map will give you 1 point per elimination. So overall, if you don't finish number 1 on that specific map, it's okay. If you take down the rest of the competition, you stand a really good chance. And we're looking at what? All the way down to, I see, 16th spot. There's about 7 points. If you add another 10 takedowns, that's going to accumulate to a whole lot where you can even match up to whoever's sitting at the top. So, Sis Jenny, it's a game of endurance. It's a game of knowing when or not to push, when to really put everything on the line and put yourself at risk for that great reward.
Definitely with that. And of course, try not to get yourself at number 48 all the way to 51. Yes, there's only 51 players in the lobby. So basically, individual match is much more trickier as compared to squad because, they can't be too vulnerable. In fact, we are playing all the maps that we used to play in competitive tournaments. But this time, the difference is that they are on their own. So every 6 or every angle, it's not safe. And where they drop is also, in a way, they have to think out of the box, be more strategical on where they're going to rotate and things like that. So this is definitely very, very interesting for us to stay tuned and watch because it's really based on individual skill sets of each athlete on how they have been training so far. Most of them will train with squads, but with individual, it's a total different level.
I absolutely agree with you there, Sis Jenny, where we have 3 different maps to be played out. We've got the classic map of Erangel, where I believe that there is an ample area of play. Same goes to Myanmar. But to me, I want to keep my eyes on Sanok because we will have majority of all these players lying all over that 4x4 kilometer map, and they're about to lock horns. So there's basically plenty of things that they really have to factor in as well. What kind of loot do you get when you go into this individual mode? Because when you could play into the team, you could afford to go in with all different types of weaponry, or you play a little bit more of a supportive role. Here, I think one of the most valuable assets in some of all these individual tournaments per se has to be the DMRs, the sniper rifles out there, where you could just basically go in for those one-tap shots, and that could secure them some pretty easy elimination points, so long as they are having that perfect pixel spot of a tap. So with that being said, I believe it's going to be about a mix of variety that we're going to be seeing from the players, because everybody's got their favorite choice of weaponries that they would like to use in-game overall. So it's definitely going to be a tough choice for me if I were to be in this game myself.
Yeah, totally second that. And plus, all these players, they have their own choice of weaponaries. At the same time, when they are playing in squads, they are all in different roles. So if it's going to be individual, it's going to be a huge change for a lot of things. For example, like what Contra said earlier, we're going to witness Sandhawk together. So most of the time, when they're playing squad, they will usually go for that healing game. But because it's an individual, I don't think it's something that is probably, I would say, recommended for them to collect a whole lot of the medic of the first aid items. But then again, it would be quite interesting to see which player would survive and actually manage to collect all that first aids.
Without further ado, let's kick off our very first game here in the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam in 2021. And here we go as we dive straight into Arangel as the flight path starts from the southwestern corner of the map, diving all the way into the Severny region up north. Now, that's a lot of ample room of space for them to play out from, but to my concern is this. There's not many of these townships available on the western end, so they will have to find their way into an open ground where they will eventually duke out for supplies.
Wow, and true enough, look into this flight route. I think it's pretty much A-okay. So at least as of now, we can't really say the drop spots because this is really individual gameplay. But so far, we are seeing a whole lot of them being scattered all the way. So far, there's a whole lot of names here. We can't really tell you where, but most of them are kind of focused into the flight route itself. We can't really tell exactly the furthest of which player might be, but it seems like there is a little bit of Severny. But right now, we can see a standoff coming over from Indonesia Team 2 and Laos Team 2.
We have Beckham only having a shotgun at hand, the S-18. Will only offer so much on a short distance, not too much on the long range though, so just need to scavenge a little bit more on the early game. And he does not have a helmet for the moment, only having the first level of the vest, and therefore you would expect them to play a little bit more passively, while Beckham, on the other hand, he's creating a little bit more space. Jalen doesn't have vehicles as well. It's a sticky situation to be at for the moment. But while this happens, we have two players already eliminated from the map.
Yep, and that's pretty tricky. Like I said, it's a little bit focused. They are not going to go so far as compared. I think there is at least about 2 players somewhere in Severny, but I think it's okay for them to come into the circle. Everybody is pretty much concentrated into one area, and I see a cluster over in Rozok at school. So definitely they have seen each other around the area. And like what Contra is saying, those of them who just drop in, they have limited supplies as of now. So probably we are just going to see a little bit of looting. At the same time, they are getting prepared to contest one another.
That's right, and just like what I've mentioned early on, home ground advantage for players of Vietnam, as we've already had Lambo, who secured himself the very first pointer in the match. Now we have Damrit of Team Malaysia going head-to-head against his own ally from his home team, Geek Fam itself, as he takes out Snipe, securing himself at one point. And at this point of pace, like, sure, you may be from the same nation, but every point counts, and there's only going to be 1 medal for each individual. Well, technically 3 out of 51 players.
Yep, and as of now, we are left with 48. So there's 3 of the players who unfortunately had to make an early entrance into the lobby. But as of now, we are looking into the ages of this area. I think this is near the cliffside where farm is. So they're just getting whatever they can. For now, we are looking into Cambodia 0 and someone from Vietnam around the area. So like I said, they're doing a little bit of the looting at the same time getting ready for that battle. It is really about who is faster in that sense. We did see the contest earlier with Damroot and Snipes. I think Damroot was in a way ready to take down Snipes while he was doing a little bit of run, but we can see a little bit of picking here by McLaren.
Oh, Zero, the captain of Anchor PUBG, got himself into a really tight corner, just hiding behind a tree. McLaren looks to lob a grenade, but he's going to sort of out the way, looking for the pickup here. McLaren soaks in some damage. Vietnam will have to go toe-to-toe in close proximity. McLaren still takes the win.
Wow. But Zero, he was with a DBS. That's a deadly weapon there. But definitely he kind of already braved it out. He knew that, hey, I might just get this done and over with. But because Zero was ever ready to take down on the spray set shots, and plus he has a whole lot of cover when it comes to the wall. So that's something that he's kind of confident with his surrounding as compared to the previous battle that, you know, the other opponent, he was more confident in the choice of weaponry that he was holding on to, which was the DBS. And this is pretty normal to see on the first few fights, at least the first 5 minutes of the game.
Indeed. And speaking of DBS out here, even when it comes down to shotguns, if you're playing in a close proximity, such as farmhouses as such, if you're going to be in the building, that's great. If you're not in the building, yeah, it's quite a bummer for you to line up those shots out there. And if the circle does end up in a township, sure, that will be pretty great for them to maneuver easily through houses. But when it comes down to open areas, you just want to get yourself that SMG or even the AR rifles in your hand so that you could at least play for mid-distance. And we could evidently tell it wasn't really the best of start for a Zero out there. So Cambodia still have 2 more players to represent. So let's see what they have to offer. Stalker, another legendary player that have played for Orange Esports as well as Team Max. That's one guy that I'm going to be looking at to clutch out some of all these 1-versus-1 matchups. Well, we have Beckham, who have gotten himself really safe, though we thought that there will be challenges from Team Indonesia early on.
True. Beckham actually is trying to do a little bit of that passive gameplay, maybe because he can hear footsteps around him. We can't really see that mini-map over, but we are seeing Rankit here spraying a little bit or tapping with the M16 over to Laos Group Team 2, and he's already knowing there's shots coming from this angle, and he's trying to take cover, and he's getting it well. A little bit of the damage done by Rankit, but he's still okay to compose, and in fact he's trying to do a pick.
Yeah, trying to return some firing shots out there. Green at the FPS, if he does have some scopes with him, he will be able to line it much better as compared to the M16 that's in hand. Rankit opting for a single tap mode. First fire is not going to be doing him any good with the recoil, while Green has already made himself safe into the corners of the river of Rozak. Now, other than these 2 individuals, we still have another player from the Philippines that's going to be around the corner. It seems like it's going to be Rubenly that's going to be out there in the open fields instead. He's going to be surrounded with greens. Not the player that we've just witnessed, but Raimon would also hear tap shots that were fired from Rankit much early on. So he'll keep his eyes pretty close to the war tank area of the section.
Yep, and just around the corner, I would say this is near hospital. We are seeing Myanmar Team 2 King is going for the SMG gun, and plus I think that is an M4. So good choice there, at least for him for the looting stage. He has the option to go on a far distance and plus a CQC close combat range. So that's good for him. But so far nobody is around the area. Demroot currently with that level 1. Wait, he don't even have a helmet at all. He has to go on looting right now because it's simply not enough. But probably, knowing Demroot, he's probably trying to wait for the circle and trying to play a little bit of that passive gameplay and his trigger discipline. We all know how crazy and how good Demroot is when it comes to trigger discipline.
Indeed, we've seen him clutch out some splendid moments back in the PUBG Mobile Pro League stages. And this is a different ball game now that he doesn't really have teammates on his back to feed him information. He has to gather it all on his own. But Laren already secured 1 pointer for himself. He's going to be hunting out on Lamborghini as well. Lambo has already lined up some shots. He's going to release his AKM. Gets the damage done. Looking for mid-Laren instead. And they're all tussling out, jostling for control. He does have that Molotov in hand, but he's going to switch it back to the AKM. Moving around the outer section instead, he's going to drop in the Molotov and hopefully connects it. DBS in hand. mid-Laren tries to go in for the exchange. Can he go up close and personal? The shots are out, but he won't be able to clip. This is coming close. Both Vietnamese players going up against each other. Doesn't seem to have their winner winners from each end of it. Lambo still trading it out. Now he's going to infiltrate the building once again. Lauren now drops in another grenade. DBS once more. Goes in for the double shot. Misses and lives. Now here comes the chance. Lambo pushing right through. Now coming up close and personal. Lambo swerves and somehow McLaren lands the perfect shot. And it's going to be 2 points secured for McLaren.
Oh, that was definitely tricky. He tossed in the fire quite early. He kind of tricked out himself trying to getting an entrance into the house earlier. So, but though the reload, you see, this is the part where individual gameplay is a little bit more tricky. You can't get support from anyone else. It's all up to you and all up to that weaponry of choice. So DBS, as of now, has been doing a little bit of the tricky parts, meaning, you know, when you reload, everybody could hear you. So that's the part where all these players are showing this ability on when they are going to come in, the timing of them coming in, because we did see how the battle was, but right now we're looking to Frankie, we're tapping into the UMP, but no, because Zero has that better angle from that ground.
He's too sharp. He's so swift. He was on the wheels, and it took him a few seconds to get out of that buggy and still landed on top. That was phenomenal. Zero of Anchor PUBG definitely making Laos proud, and Laos definitely has a lot of things to be proud of here throughout the very first game. Other than that, we also had on the kill feed early on that Myanmar secured a point of their own, with Kane taking out Newsy of Thailand. Now, as we take a look at the minimap, plenty of these players are currently on the outskirts, trying to look for that perfect angle to enter the circle, as it's going to take us all the way through the ruin section. And I wonder if it's going to trick us into Pachinki once again, or serve into Liverpool. It's too early to tell where this one's going to end up in.
Yeah, definitely, but it seems like it's going to have a whole lot of clusters. Everybody's going to be close to one another. We can see how close they are. Sprays are coming in from Ferrari over to Indonesia, Team 2, which is, I think, Go Fast or something his name was, and he managed to get away from it. And talking about the blue area, so some of these players are playing a little bit of that tacticality, a little bit of the gatekeep, probably waiting for other players that would come in a bit later. So we are seeing a few of them that's outside. I would say it's at least less than 10 that was still outside, probably just collecting a little bit of the first aids and the bandages. We are seeing that coming in here, at least for Beruang and a few of the Indonesian players. But this is a total opposite though. From the Philippines Team 2, Range is actually horning and calling out everybody to come and play.
Well, if you can't find players out there in the field, let them come right at you so you can trade right back. But that's a risky move to be making right now. And as I called it, it's going to be a swerve of directions for majority of the players from the northern section of the map, while the fights will start to take place all across. Jumper will be illuminated by Schweppes, so it's going to be Thailand there rallying up those numbers. There's only 43 players still left available in this match. Now, we take a look at the already had that one. 10 players out there now. Schweppes getting in trouble once again. Porch has managed to sniff him out, and that Porch securing another one for Vietnam. But Lara goes again with his DPS, and that's 3 pointers. That makes him the leader of the pack.
Ooh, with the sprays though, Laren is on fire, definitely representing for Vietnam, really showing off his skills. Having 2 deadly weaponaries, I would say, a DBS in hand and plus M4 that will do justice to everything. And it seems like nobody or not many players actually chooses to go for DMRs. Most of them would go for SMG, a shotgun and a rifle, but another spray is coming into from Gattuni over to Myanmar Team 1, and that's a 1 sec. They're just going to do a little bit of this road race, at least for now, coming into the circle and already spotting one another. This is really all about timing.
Well, he spots another play out there, rotating as well, while they're looking for a cover ground to hold for their own. Now, Gattuni's going to stop by the bunker, so he will find a little bit of space for his own. Brunei's going to be up close as well. Laren still finding more stocks available, while Stone will secure one for Thailand. And we have Luxy, the legendary player of Bigatron Red Aliens, to secure secure one for his own. The king of sniper, we call him. Now here comes Kizzo, though. He's going to be lobbing a few of these smoke grenades that he has so that he could block some vision from Gatuni, but he has to bear in mind around this vicinity there's also some players of Vietnam looking around the corner, so he has to pay attention.
Definitely, this is really all about who's going to come in first, and if they have to finish the elimination, they've got to be quick, because there's going to be more than one third party, fourth party, because we did see around the area of the church earlier, there was Yuhai, there was a lot of players around the area that was already hearing all those noises, but they're waiting for the turn to come in and tap in. As of now, we're looking into Brunei team 2 and Philippines team 2. They are right beside one another, but they're refusing to push, because this is pretty much an open area. Everybody needs to get covered, and they're doing it tacticality wise, so strategic. One of them is playing with the steps, the other one is actually cooking a nade.
That's right, range. One good prime with the nade will be able to secure him those pointers out there. Genfos trades right back at Luxy. Both of the Indonesian Titans are trying to hold each other out, while Luxy resorts to using bandages. He doesn't really have much resource when it comes down to the first aid kit. Gatuni spots out Potato while he was on his way into the circle. Unfortunate for him, one member of Team Indonesia will be sent out of the game, while we have this fight moving into the outskirts of Pachinki. And this is the fight that we always wanted. And take a look at that. By the corner of the church section, we have Yuhai just holding that high ground, and he might be able to farm those numbers if he sits there, right? While everyone else over on the far west end, they gotta make their way in. Wait, Ferrari with another DBS shot. Viet side looking for a fourth, while Kane takes another member of Team Thailand down. It's Spirit 11 sent out.
Oh, really, Vietnam, they are on fire. They know the grounds. This is where they're showing that, hey, this is where they're going to try to rise up. But hey, Luxy is actually also trying to show that, similarly to King. But as of now, look into the minimap. There's a whole lot of players that's waiting for their turn to come out. They could definitely hear one another, but they're waiting for the right time. And that grenade that was tossed by Gattiani definitely already know exactly where mid Laren is. But the positioning of where he is, he knows exactly where to park himself, so that in a way, people will not predict exactly he's there. He put his buggy over on the other side, but while he's on the other part of the rocks, trying to hide it out.
Well, it's still going to be a pretty tough place to be. If the circle does shift, he will have to make his way in via on foot instead of taking that buggy for a little bit of a tour. Meanwhile, Jisoo, he's on the lower end of the hill. Well, he still has to find a little bit more room to wiggle into the foreface of the circle, while one tech tries to hold those angles. King trying to go in for the challenge. We'll go proning, but instead, we'll have Jaden taking him down from the other corner of the hill. Jisoo will be pretty relieved from that. And Jisoo, he had that AWM, but it does not land. It's back him of Team Laos to take him out, while Ferrari will also land one back onto Team Laos.
Now we can see how important it is to have a prop and a vehicle right beside where you are, because this is an individual match. You can definitely see the vulnerabilities of every player, every angle, and a whole lot of them are in one area and they can hear one another, but they have yet to pop up and show themselves. In fact, a whole lot of them is doing a proning, and they are trying to not show each other exactly where they are. They're playing a whole lot of mind games here. We're seeing a lot of damages coming in from the other side. We're seeing Vietnam Team Ferrari having some troubles over on the other side, while we're looking to Jaden, who's hearing a whole lot of fits from his side. Red Kid has a little bit of this slow, pretty smart place to be in. At the same time, vulnerability is definitely there.
Indeed, and when we take a look at all these numbers of players that are still remaining in Arangel, there's only 2 players left for Malaysia, Vietnam, as well as Laos, while the ones with the most players that are still on board and are fighting for that chicken dinner is going to be Brunei, with 6 more players on board. Now, this is going to be an advantage given over to Brunei, Malaysia, as well as Myanmar, as they are already on the northwestern end of the circle. Stone, he knows that there's going to be a player right down below. Ferrari just hiding by the grasses, and he's not going to have all too much to work with. moving on the defense and spots out another player on the far end. It's going to be Noir trying to hide onto the buggy once again, but he's not going to have too much of that safety space. Even if he wants to transition his way into the circle, it's going to be troublesome for them. But take a look at Luxy. He's one of the furthest players away from the circle. He has to pass through Colt of Brunei as well as H2R of the Philippines.
Yep, and all these players, they definitely have hurt one another, especially the ones in the circle. But I really agree with Contra about Brunei players. Now, a few of them was actually in the blue, but right now, a whole lot of them, in fact, all of them kind of prioritize to rotate. In fact, some of them are already in the center of the circle. So basically, they're using their minds again, waiting for the right time to come in. Because when it comes to engagement, I'm sure they can do it. They can flow it all. But right now, we're looking into a lot of crashing here with one another. CQC battle here. Rush 1v1 with one of the players, but he goes down. And this is from Finn, Myanmar. So Rush getting one confirmed elimination point.
Beautiful work coming out of the player of NC. Here comes another road rage while Ferrari secures one. Didn't really have to use any of the captains, no, but Stone working hard for that while he tries to break open some of the defenses of Ferrari. It's going to be Jaden that will take out Ferrari instead. He spots out Stone, spraying towards the other corner of the section. Now he's going to be pretty close to the circle. He can gatekeep other players from entering inbound in towards the area. 20 minutes of play have already passed. 18 more players still on board. Spots out the play. And look at how sharp they go! Gatuni did not prepare himself for that DPS shot coming out of Team Myanmar's Ozone.
Ouch, that was definitely interesting battle. The crash-in was a good timing, ready with the right weaponry. Again, these athletes are really showing their skill sets, all about the right timing, the places. Now, we are going to focus on how actually athletes using their mindsets right now, especially mid-Laren. He was super vulnerable earlier, but because of the place that he chose, he's not even contacted right after that. I mean, come on. This entire space that he has, he can use a whole lot of different parts of that route for him to go and fish out even more. Plus, he's the one that is leading in the charge right now. And right now, he's seeing another person that is on the move, waiting for the right time, doing a pick and scope, and managed to get that confirmed elimination point. Wonderful thinking, McLaren.
And that was quite a distance. That's close to 200 meters while he has spotted him out, just having that perfect spray lineup. And even with a tree that was blocking his side, he has managed to trail him. But now, he's going to be able to have sharp eyes into the grass. And this is the leader of the pack, still making his moves all across, 5 points in, as he's definitely making the rest of the home region proud. And their grenade will connect. That's one more for Myanmar. But also, he's kind of stuck. Team Myanmar has to rely on him. Now he brings out that DPS, 14 bullets in the chamber. He's also got the DPS of his own. This is going to get pretty interesting. But when it comes down to the HP parts, he's going to have the advantage. But Laren now pushing inwards. He's just waiting for him to step out. Another grenade being popped out. It's going to be a smoke or a little bit of decoy. Well, he will push inbound. One shot is all it takes. Matt Laren does it again.
Look at this skill sets that's coming from McLaren. The places that he's choosing, but Stone doing the proning. He managed to spot somebody from the distance and taking advantage of that. Baruwang is just on the other side waiting for that. And 1sec already seen that action, moving a little bit of the jiggle. And he's trying to aim, but not getting it yet. But Russia is doing the same thing. Definitely 1sec wants to get a little bit of Stone. And coming from the back, a little bit of the sprays. Will he get it? Just 1 HP left. Stone still survives.
My goodness, it didn't seem like he would have figured out right here. Still managing to shut down McLaren, and now he is the leader of this lobby, while Galaxy finds one. Now they make it into the top 6 scenario. We'll take a look at this. 4 out of 6 of these players are hailing from Brunei. And my goodness, have we expected them to show up so huge in the very first game? We've never thought so, but as we've mentioned early on, this is anybody's game. Brunei makes a huge debut here on the grand stage. While 1sec, he's already marked onto the location of Stone. They have already lost just like of the time member itself. Well, it will set up a few more smokes. Global's going to be able to take out Galaxy. Now that's 5 more players. finds another target on the outskirts. Global's taken out. 2 more players from Brunei and 1 each for Thailand as well as Myanmar.
All right, now take a look into the terrains here. Well, as of now, I think the vantage point belongs to Stone from Thailand. But Berwang might just get that corner. If he managed to eliminate Colt, I think it will be a good opening for him to destroy the other 2 opponents that is right on his right-hand side. But at the same time, they have to do it a little bit of the passive gameplay. Definitely, they already know there's only 4 players left. They are all waiting for the right timing. Individually has a portion of that circle, excluding, we are looking into Myanmar and a little bit of Stone, who is right on. It's not Stone, but it's Colt that is right outside of the circle. So I would say I'm pretty much worried for Colt right now because he's right outside and he's at the lower portion of the terrain.
That's right, and it's going to be a pretty rough spot for him to move away from. While he climbs up the hill, he'll be spotted out by the other players instead. Stone from Vampire Esports, he have been playing so many of these tournaments. He's very familiar with the final scenario here to close off these matches. Meanwhile, 1sec have been able to carry the flag of not only the Myanmar region overall, but he have stellar performance back in the days of Yangon Galacticos. We expect him to show up strong. Berwang as well as Colt. They've got 1 pointer piece, but from all these ranking points that they can accumulate from placements itself, it's going to shoot them up in the rankings and make it hard for the rest that have already got eliminated. Now, Stone, can he close out strong, though? He does have a little bit more of this terrains to work with, and some angles open up for himself. And by now, through the late game phase, there's not much stocks available when it comes down to net kits or so. So everyone's matching their utility as much as they can, while Code is playing it slow, and we expect most of these end game scenarios to be a little bit more of a slow burner to decide who's the clear victor of the match.
Yep, and I think everybody has a portion of this circle. Still advantage for me. I would still say it's Stone because of the terrains, the place that he's in, and luckily the circle falls on him as compared to all these other players or his opponents right now, which is currently in the open. If they were to spray or give some shots of tapping, definitely either of them would know exactly where they are. So it gives the advantage to Stone on. He just got to do a little bit of pick, and nobody can pick on him back because of that slopes and that wall that he has. So that's definitely an advantage for Team Thailand.
Oh, take a look at that. The circle does favor Stone after all of that. Or could it be Cold here and it's going to be on the lower end? Doesn't seem all too far away. 1sec could be around that proximity as well. He spots out the care package, but there's no time to loot up. And that care package would possibly help whoever who gets themselves those heavy artillery, or even if there's going to be any level 3 gears that's going to be inside. Now, Stone remove his back to ensure that he remains to be unseen, but wrong on the other section as well. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a Mexican standoff between all of the 4 players out there, but the chances for Brunei to close things off are pretty solid here until this happens. Stone gets that headshot, and he's going to be hunting out for more now. Moving into the trees, Stone being a lot braver as compared to the other 2, just moving around. But if he moves any further, he would sense his tracks. Now, it's going to be 1sec to stop him, though. He does have those angles open up. He's going to be hiding behind the shade of the tree. And Cold is just going to hunt till these other 2 players arrive to take each other out, and maybe that could be the golden opportunity for Team Brunei to walk away with that big chicken dinner by the end of the game.
Yeah, I really like how Stone actually thought about it. So he knew that the circle wasn't on him. He had to eliminate the nearest opponent that is right in front of him. He stood up, did a little bit of the, I would say, sneaky act. He held his pen. That itself is going to not let them hear the footsteps of Stone itself. So he did a little bit of that, and he pushes in towards. At the same time, try to get into the circle, which he did. He eliminated the nearest opponent. And right now, it's really, I can really say right now, it's still up to Stone. Because Myanmar, they are still there, but he has no idea of information, similarly to Colt. And right now, there you go.
Well.
It's a little bit of pushing by Stone himself. He's so brave to do that because he already kind of have a clue exactly where the players are in. But Colt would be a third party if he comes in to interfere. But shots are fired with a suppressor. That's a very good choice of weaponry, at least to equip right now. But
it's gonna be
Stone,
no.
he knows his skill sets, his hearing is super cool, and right now he already kind of where called by BN at 1v1. Winner goes to Stone.
Winner, chicken dinner belongs to Thailand back in game 1 as he secured with a total of 7 elimination points. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The representative from Team Thailand 2 taking the first win of the 31st SEA Games 2021.
Interestingly, on how he actually get it, that wit that he has, he knows exactly what to do. We did see a lot of skill sets coming up from him, the choice of weaponry and how he actually chooses the right timing to push, and the engagement or his game instinct that came out right on time. And there you go, our true blue first round athlete coming from Thailand, Team 2, Stone.
And you've heard it from the hosts themselves that this is the region that everyone has been expecting to show up big time. And it's going to be Stone that will ensure that the Thai colors will be eventually up there on the stage. As that round concludes, we still have 4 more rounds to go, Sis Jenny. That was quite the spectacle where we ended up there with open ground terrain, so difficult to play from. And we saw how teams are so cautious on the very finale of that match. But it was Stone that had ice on his veins, where he just felt great after all. He was running around the map, just getting those numbers back. And that is what 27 points accrued, secured for Team Thailand. And Stone, he definitely is a coal machine that came in swinging and, of course, blazing the trails for everyone to follow suit.
Yeah, I really like on how he nearly got eliminated with 1 HP. With one of the players that saw him, spotted him, but how he kind of shifted the gear, how he reacted fast, and knowing that the circle is already out of the range, he immediately removes his backpack and knows exactly what kind of weaponry to keep. Really showing a whole lot of skill sets coming from an athlete from Thailand Team 2 Stone. So it's really showing off that, hey, individual skills, you can really see that each player, they have their own skills when it comes to guarding themselves. So what else these kind of players were to put in squads? It's going to be deadly.
And indeed, of course, when it comes down to Battle Royale, we saw so many pleasant surprises as well. You expected Luxy to show up huge for Team Indonesia and also for Team Malaysia to come up with high-flying colors. Majority of these players got taken out in the early game through the mid game because there's so many things that they have to factor in when there's 51 individual players, of course, excluding yourself, that's 50 other players to either take out or try not to battle at all. So Brunei, they had 4 representatives to head into the final few circles. I think that if you accumulate all the points together, and if this was to be squad mode, man, Brunei could have been number 1, I would say. But hey, it was still a beautiful game for a majority of these players out there. Myanmar coming on the 2nd spot. After all, they do get themselves quite a significant amount of points for themselves. Now, down to all these individual prowess, I think that we've seen a lot of impressive moves, especially from Team Vietnam. McLaren, if he wasn't stopped by Stone, man, I think McLaren could have made it into the top 5 himself.
Yep. The way he actually knows how to plant himself, all these skills, again, like I was saying, how he actually popped the buggy away from where he was, and then he chose on another spot and throw whatever, nothing's gonna hit me. And then after that, he came in with the DBS and throwing a state of confusion at least. He tossed in a smoke grenade to confuse the enemy's mindset. They can hear something being tossed in, but they're waiting for the right time. If it's a grenade or if it's a smoke grenade. So he's waiting for that. While waiting, we did see Mid Laren coming in. He was pushing in already. So really, it's all about how they react. And I really can say players, even if they're put on the spot when they are themselves, we can really see that this thing are shining upon each of these players. It's really showing out their skills.
Yeah, one of the standout highlights here was in that early part of the match where McLaren was going up against a brethren of his own, where he was going toe-to-toe against Lambo in the same compound itself. And we saw the sort of mechanics that was involved, like how quickly they've been able to get around the building just to ensure that they find that leverage to close it off. And I'm glad to see if either or these players survive, whether it's Lambo or McLaren, they would still be able to take it all the way. And you saw how many points McLaren has gathered. He was at that point of time the player with the highest amount of elimination until Stone took him out. And other than that, I think that we've seen impressive stuff coming in from Laos as well. They managed to shut down players like Gatuni, and even Schwabs has been taken out as well. So for some of these other players that may have bowed too early, don't worry too much, because that was the very first round, where most people will call it the warm-up round. So hopefully in round 2, when we hit right into Myanmar, there will be shift of gears coming in the way for all the players involved. And speaking of which, of course, you are currently tuning in to the 31st SEA Games that's held in Vietnam. And let's take a look at all the stats that we have gathered, as we have the MVP on the screen. It's none other than Stone of Team Thailand 2.
Yeah, man, and it's 7 elimination points with 741, and his longest elimination distance is 124 meters. I'm not exactly sure which circle was this, but this is actually quite a great distance. Knowing the weaponry that he was using earlier, that he had upon him, it was not really something that it can reach up to a few distance, but the amount of damage, it says a lot about this player. He don't really have to tap so much, or let's just say spray so much. He just needs to do a little bit of the tapping, and longest elimination, and he has 7 eliminations. So it really says a lot about his game instincts and how he showed his skills.
That's right, and of course, other than Stone, who have gotten himself that winner chicken there at number 1 spot, he walks away with 27 points, and that will be followed up by Code of Team Brunei 1 as well. He got 1 elimination points, but 17 points in total for placements. Meanwhile, One Sec coming with 2 eliminations and 17 points as well. And McLaren got himself 6 elimination points, matching up to the prowess of what Stone have displayed to us early on. While we have Barong here on 5th spot, Globals will walk away as a 6th place finish. And same goes to Galaxy, who are having some of the spotlight heading into the late game phase, while Rush, he's gotten himself 2 frags of his own, added with 13 points overall. And we got H2R on the 9th place. And rounding up the top 10, we've got Ozone of Team Myanmar. The rest have to play catch up from here, as we got the total standings here from 21st all the way to the 14th.
Yep, and this is not the entire players that we've seen earlier, but these are the ones that kind of try to get into the circle. In fact, some of them are already in the circle, but doing a whole lot of gatekeep. So we can see a little bit of aggressive play, but at the same time, the timing matters a whole lot. So if you want to do, aggressive gameplay, at the same time, you need to know the kind of walls that you're giving into for yourself, for self-defense. If you can see, if you're playing a little bit too passive, it's not going to work. If you're playing a little bit too aggro, it might not work. So you have to have a balance of both, because we can see from the current charts, a whole lot of players are only giving 1 to 2 elimination points, and that's not sufficient for them to climb into the top spot.
Yeah, same could be said for a majority of the players from Team Malaysia. We can see Frankie, Jumper, as well as Snipes. They got taken out very early on, while most of them have walked away with 1 point each. Frankie all the way down to newbie of the Philippines on number 48 spot. Monboy, MR5, and as well as Snipes unfortunately walk away with 0 points for now. But remember this, 9 more maps to be played out in a span of 2 days is a whole lot of games. So it's just like a marathon run for all the players out there. So they just got to find their rhythm to get into the spotlight. And speaking of the spotlight, we got the head-to-head matchup between McLaren as well as Stone, as you can compare both of the stats.
Yep, looking into the stats, like I said earlier, the damage, it's not really as crazily a lot. It's about an average. Like I said, it's not so much of the sprays, it's all about the right timing and where you're gonna defend yourself right after that. Longest elimination points, of course, it belongs to McLaren with 189. We did see how he was trying to spray with an AKM while he was in the building. He was not even afraid to show that he can at least hit a few of the damage, which he did apparently to one of them. But the damage received, on the other hand, Stone knows how to kind of conceal himself or when to come out and show it all, while McLaren is more of the aggressive. He would go CQC first. We did see how he kind of went down with Lamborghini earlier, so he definitely kind of had that confidence with the weaponry that he chose, especially I think he did a lot with the DBS.
Indeed, and of course, just for context, for those of you who are tuning in, close quarter combat, that's what we call CQC. And in fact, like you mentioned, McLaren, he's brave enough to just go all blazing into compounds after compounds, while he had so many moments where he was about to drop, but he had enough resources to keep himself pretty much healthy throughout the span of the match. Other than the two mentioned players, we also have Ferrari as well as 1sec. We have them dishing quite a significant amount of damage as well. Like, usually each player will have about 100 hit points, right? And when you deal more than that, maybe you hit into the armor and such, or you might have actually dished a lot, but it's being stolen away by other players of the map. While 1sec may have lasted till the very end as a second place finisher, Ferrari definitely was another standout player of Team Vietnam, where we see him going on some really heavy commitments by the region of Pachinki early on. So, speaking of which, I believe later on we'll be able to hear it from the man himself, Stone, as he's going to be preparing for that interview. But that's the really good start coming out of all the players involved. So, without further ado, let's take it to the interview.
But
Well,
I think we're
not
going to
just
wait
yet.
a little bit more. Yeah, probably we'll interview ourselves about the game itself. So, Contra, I'm just wondering, how do you feel about an individual match in SEA Games when it comes to PUBG Mobile? Has it been very different with the squad?
I think it's a really refreshing start as to how teams will have to adapt to a very different pattern of playstyle. And on top of that, I think that it's a great thing to have in future tournaments to come, whether it's an official PUBG Mobile tournament or so, because we've seen a lot of all these new names that are also popping off. We saw Colts, Baruang, the players of Team Brunei. They really are ultimate survivors out there. And of course, we would like to see more of them later on. And for those who didn't really start off on the right foot, I believe that there are still chances for themselves. While it definitely takes a lot to be able to make it till the very end as compared to, usual squad matchups. You have 16 teams on board to fight for number one. So with this different format, I really want to see how the Stone cope with this.
Mình lại được top 1 ở vòng đầu tiên.
Stone said that he feel excited and he didn't expect to be there. He didn't think to be the winner in the first game.
Thảo Trang thấy đây là một chiến thắng vô cùng xứng đáng dành cho Stone. Hỏi nhỏ Su một chút là đến với cả đại hội SEA Games 31 lần này thì bạn đánh giá đối thủ nào là đối thủ đáng gờm nhất?
Stone, could you please tell us? Could you please say with us? Who do you think the biggest or strongest rival in the game?
ใน SEA Games 31 ครั้งนี้ Stone รู้สึกว่าคู่แข่งทีมไหนอะค่ะที่น่ากลัวที่สุดคะ
ก็น่าจะเวียดนามครับผม เพราะไลน์อัพเขาครบทีมครับผมต่างประเทศอื่นก็จะมารวมๆกันครับ
Mình thì mình thấy là đối thủ đáng gờm nhất ấy, thì là Việt Nam. Vì sao? Là vì đội Việt Nam thì sẽ là đội mà có các bạn là cùng một đội trước rồi. Còn các nước khác thì sẽ là của các bạn chưa được tập với nhau nhiều ấy.
Stone said that the biggest and strongest rival that the Vietnamese team because they get on well from many times before SEA Games.
Cảm ơn Stone đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Có lẽ là với chiến thắng này thì bây giờ bạn đang có một tinh thần rất tốt rồi. Chúc bạn sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. ขอบคุณนะคะก็ขอให้ได้จะแข่งที่ดีค่ะในรอบต่อไปนะคะ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
Các bạn thân mến, và ngay bây giờ mời các bạn khán giả sẽ cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút trước khi chúng ta đến với game thứ hai. Đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi. Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences?
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's
Welcome back once again to this 31st Southeast Asia Games as it's hosted in Hanoi, Vietnam for the 2021 SEA Games. Here with me is Sis Jenny. My name is Contra. We've already concluded match 1 and we're diving into match 2 pretty soon. Sis Jenny, game 1. That was quite a blast. I'll say that.
Yeah, definitely. Probably some of these players might not want to play it safe anymore. They might just want to crash into where the flight path is, and you know what? Just be on a roll, like what Mid Laren kind of showed us that he was trying to do it, because he kind of landed near where the flight route was. He was in the area of school, and then he kind of rotated around there, and he was already on the adrenaline. So it's kind of tricky. But you know what else is tricky? Next one, which is, of course, this is not going to be in the tournament, but it's something that we want you guys to try out, which is the Living All Day. So there is a new update in Living. I have yet to try it, but it seems like there's a little futsal. I'm not sure if that's something for us to be able to play in.
Well, I love me some football. I've been catching up with all the Premier Leagues, and you know what? It's almost the FIFA season for the World Cup, and that's going to take a while, but guess what? All of you guys can enjoy yourselves in Livik, and while you're at it, bring your friends along. Although it's not in the competitive mode, it's still pretty fun, I would have to say. Great for warm-ups as well, and this is how the pro players train themselves when it comes down to the individual drafts itself. Now, I'm pretty sure that you guys will have a lot of fun. Now, speaking of fun, there's a whole lot more things for you to check out because we got the Evangelion collaboration with PUBG Mobile. So you will expect that there's going to be a whole lot of galactic stuff that will be added into the game. And sis, just look at that. Imagine having that appearing by the river in between Sinoska as well as the mainland. Like, what you gonna do? Are you gonna run? Are you gonna fight it? I don't know.
Probably I'll be like Mr. Unknown. I'll just, take a stroll, take a ride, and just stop and just look into the wonders of a sci-fi character right beside the bridge of a Wrangle. Very convenient.
Indeed. And of course, other than that, we do have great voice packs for you guys to check out. I'm pretty sure that you have your favorite players by now. So why not go ahead, support your fellow countrymen or even your idols of PUBG Mobile, because we got Ryzen, you high on your screen. We got Jumper, Flax, Newsy, Rabbids, the list goes on. And of course, this exclusive rewards that are waiting for you from the 17th all the way to the 25th. All you have to do, complete daily missions and redeem all these pro player voice pack as it's exclusive for SEA Games when it comes down to the avatar. So you don't want to miss out because limited time only items. You want to make sure that you flex onto all your other players out there that's not having it in game. You could say you only got it here in the SEA Games.
Yeah, definitely. There's a whole lot of gacha points probably also for you to keep your eyes on peeled to do a lot of these missions and then retrieve all these things when you can, especially the avatar. I would really definitely second what Contra said, because I really like the borders. It has that in conjunction of SEA Games with a whole lot of colors around it. So it will stand out when you're in the lobby playing for some scrims.
Indeed, and when we saw all the players hitting into match 1, there's so many all these flashy skins that they've been using as well. While I absolutely love the way that they've been able to really pull clutch plays out of all these sticky scenarios out there. While game 1, some of the half of the lobby just felt battered overall because they didn't really secure as much points as intended. But that's the nature of competition, where only the best will be able to rise up to the top, and there's only one winner for that chicken dinner for every round. So Stone, he has set the tempo up for game 1. I wonder if there's more coming out of himself or even Team Thailand, because we've seen the Bruneian side have already shown up with 4 of their athletes making it to the top 6. And also we had Myanmar heading into the second spot as well. I believe that it's a game for the rest to catch up upon. But Team Vietnam, as we've heard it from Stone himself, saying that these are the guys that could put up a really strong challenge. And we've already got a glimpse of that. And since Jenny, good news, we're ready for game 2.
Yep, and we are going to fly over to our sandy dandy Miramar. Of course, this is pretty much tricky as compared to the previous game because this is a bigger map. So they have a bigger circumference to cover, and we can see the flight route going towards the south side from Porto Paracio. It ends near to Monte Nuevo. So, you know, if the players already have learned a thing or two from the previous match, definitely they will try to land all of them into the current flight route. Probably the circle might be in favor of such, but if there's going to be a hard shift, we might see a different kind of gameplay that might win this game after all, because the previous game it was all about the flight route and the circle was right smack underneath that. So a lot of these teams, or a lot of the players that actually landed around this area, they have the advantage of knowing exactly where the opponents are, and looting wise they don't really have to loot so much if you realize, because a whole lot of these players only eliminated 1 or 2 of the players of the opponents, as compared to some of the ones that was dominating, which had 7 and 6 and probably 3 or 4. But maybe they will learn a thing or two and they will try to use the same kind of momentum. It really depends.
Well, it does. And you know what's the best way to settle scores in Miramar? Drop right into Picado. I want to see fights happen early on, and I want to see who dares enter the biggest region of the city of Los Leones. Doesn't seem like there's many visitors inside that city, but Chumacera, there's a whole lot of players on the outskirts, as this flight path was skewed towards the southern end, and it will remain to be within the flight path itself. So we expect this circle to be ending up somewhere across the region of the southwestern corner of the map. While most often than not, when it comes down to Miramar, they should have a better time. Like you've mentioned, there's a lot of safety net in this map where it's just wide, vast, out there in the open for all these players to get themselves into a safe area of play. Galaxy already getting attacked so early on, though. Jisoo, he's going to be looking for that free picking. There's not much utilities that has gotten left in the bags of Galaxy. Only with the SLR, though, but he's going up against an SMG. So here comes a grenade being cooked up by Jisoo. That frag's not going to be able to land, though. So he will be safe for the temporary measure.
My God, Contra, I really like the way Jitsu is showing himself and like tossing in the grenades. He's so confident in doing so, only with equipped with UMP, but immediately we can see that the opponent just decides to run away. To run away quite far, and he is showing that he is bold enough to show that first few movements, and he's going to show that, hey, you know what? I'm going to show whatever grenades that I have. So we're starting to see that a few of these players are showing that, hey, I've learned from my first map, and I'm going to show and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get 1 elimination point.
Right, and if you're on the receiving end, you really gotta get yourself into safety. While Jaden has got another nade cooked up for himself. Porza on Team Laos side will have a little bit more high ground advantage, though it's only just a small shack that he has to peek through to get Jaden off of this area of play. Jaden, he's got that Scar L that he's gonna work with. Level 1 gears all for Porza, though. Now, with that high ground, can he be able to land these shots? He sees a little bit of movement, but it's a little bit too close for comfort. Jaden, he might not seek this one out, but bear in mind, it's a third-person perspective view that all these players have. So, therefore, Jaden, he's well prepared. He's going to be able to land some tags, but it's not really the best place to play out from. Save the buggy, though.
Yeah. Yeah, when both of them are doing that TPP move or third party action. In fact, Jaden, he was proning, but he actually is trying to vet through the vantage point of what Porza was looking into. That's the reason why Jaden actually moved out initially. And right now he's playing a little bit of cat and dog, playing with that third party from the side and trying to do the sprays here, but Porza not going to land any of the shots.
And if Porza had more clips of the bullets left in the chamber, he will have basically shred out that buggy. And you could just basically tell your opponent, hey, I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me. You have to settle the score, right? Now, he's going to go to a different angle. It's going to be Rip Face that will claim the first elimination point in this match from quite a distance. And you saw that, right? There's not even scopes. It was Ironside.
Crazy. That's super skill sets. Talking about long distance shots, bro. All he needed to do was just to aim and fire and went down immediately after that. But right now, it's not over between Porza and Jaden. You know what, Jaden, you're looking into the wrong angle right now. Porza has already rotated and he wants to get this shot. He means business and he's going to aim. He's going to wait until he's not focused. And Jaden will say, hey, I'm here.
And Jaden, he's basically toying around with him. He's not planning to make a move. He does have his buggy parked in the corner. All 4 tires are still left intact. And to me, I'm just surprised. Like, if you're not settling the scores quickly, might as well get into the safe room. And that's where you should be able to actually battle it out in different areas of play. Porza has that pickup truck as well. He will use that to reposition. 5 minutes of play this time. Less we have expected out of Myanmar. There won't be too much going on in the early game, but we are having some really close battles between some of all these players out there as we are having Porza relocating back towards the top portion, just jiggling it out. He's just playing mind games after mind games, and I don't know, somebody's got to get tired of that. While we take a look at the highest total of eliminations that we had thus far.
I really like how Porza is thinking out of the box, because this is individual gameplay. So he's actually playing different roles, like as though he's playing for squad. So he's basically covering one angle, and since he can't land the shot, he's going back to the other angle, and then he's going to do a lot of flanking. And Jaden will be there, being I would say, a little bit of the monkey business, but he is a very smart monkey. It's not easy to hit him as of now.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there are different beasts when it comes down to all these duels, but bear in mind, time is of the essence here. The more time that they take, the less that they get overall. MR5 got the M249, well, my favorite weapon if you really want to go spray and pray. Now he's going to try to line it up another 4 times, and he lines it against Snoozy, forcing him to drive into a safer region, hiding right behind. He's going to be able to grab himself a few more utilities. There's a smoke grenade that he's not picking it up for him. And I'm kind of surprised because usually smoke grenades are quite the utility that players will be sought after, whether it's team play. But in individual matchups, I guess maybe it's not as high as a priority because it eats up a lot of space in the baggage.
Yeah, probably. And plus, maybe they all have a clue that a whole lot of these players are currently in the circle. None of them is actually going up north that much of a difference of the distance. So a whole lot of them is actually into the current circle. So they can hear definitely each other's praise. Yep, like I said, not many players are playing it outside. We would say half of the lobby is actually inside of the circle, and maybe the other half is probably trying to do a little bit of a slow loot and then come into play. I'm not really sure about Vietnam Team 1 looking into Labdor or something. He said over on the far edge of El Azhar, probably trying to loot up a few of the healing items and coming into the play a bit later. But a whole lot of them are actually in the circle. And you know what, Porza, they're not over. He just flanked onto the other side again.
That's right, and we can definitely tell that some players prefer to keep themselves safe in the early game. Phase 1, outside of the play area, the blue zone is not going to hurt them all too much. I really want to see how much more can Stone do a lot more work in such a vast field of play, as we had a glimpse of him in the camera moments ago, while Jaden not settled the score, and Porza got tired of waiting. He's just going to sprint off. So that's a wise decision after all, because if you can settle any of these battles quickly, you might as well move on to another area of play where it's safer for you to loot up and stock yourself up. But we do have a few players already dropping out. I couldn't really see from the feed itself as we are on the PIP screen, but they cannot afford to stay too long on the outskirts. As you can already tell, the Blue Zones already shrinking deeper and deeper in. So that's going to take a lot of travel time for Potato of Team Indonesia to move away from El Azhar. Well, Stone, he's got some business to do here, though. 2 players right below him as Team Philippines as well as Team Myanmar is going to be lurking around those regions. Once again, going against 1sec. It's like a repeat of that finale that we had back in game 1, but it's going to be Koi. There's going to be finding Magnek over on the lower end, trying to swerve around instead. He does have the grenade cooked up, but it's not going to be easy for him to land this one, though, as they try to move their way around. Marnet will try to create a little bit more of a safe space with that smoke grenade. That grenade's going to be able to tear him all the way down, leaving Marnet only with 50 HP.
Uh-oh, now this is trouble for Vichoi. He had the confidence. He wanted to go down, but because position itself has been spelled out, but you know what? Stone from the distance decides to take Moonboy down and going for 1 sec right now, who's currently stuck behind the Jeep, and he will try to contest, but you know what? It's limited of space. Stone again, playing very well with the terrains that is given. He's taking precedence of it, and you know what? A little bit of the space, he might just go down. 1 sec's not going to make it easy for Stone at all. Getting ready with another nade, cooking it, and going to aim at the same area. It's limited for 1 sec.
Unfortunately, that grenade was a little bit wide, or you could even call it short after you cook it up for a little too long. Now he's going to be walking towards the blue zone without vehicles for him to play out from. Now that's going to be pretty concerning for him. While 1 sec, he still has a couple of boosters out there. Stalker now goes 1 versus 1 on the open end. It's going to be Backham that will be able to take him down. Laos will take that 1-pointer.
Though, I think Stalker, he had a whole lot of guts coming to show himself in the open, so confident with the target that he was hitting. He had limited space, you know, he was in the open as compared to Backham, who had the entire compound and building. So that was the advantage, at least for Backham. But the bravery that is coming out from Stalker, we definitely see that in the Cambodia team.
Yeah, and I'm pretty familiar with a couple of all these names out here, as I've met them in a couple of events, of course, pre-pandemic days, and even after in a few occasions. Like Stone is definitely one of them. Stalker, he had this great miracle run back in the days where, you know, when certain teams, they had to play through the wall qualifiers, and Orange Esports was one of them. Stalker has made his way into a global championship before. Now, it's great to see him once more. Now, Gatuni is on the other corner. Player of the Infinity, I suppose, will challenge Evos Reborn on the other side, which is from Team Indonesia. But for now, coast is pretty clear. 1 sec has the safe distance, while Frankie from the lower end, he's shredding them up while he's gonna quickly reposition right after.
It's really, again, all about the timing that a lot of these players are playing by. A whole lot of them knows exactly where to hit, but the timing is all it takes. But here we go. We're seeing Yuhai in the game right now, already taken down Jaden, who just joined in into where the popular area used to be, which is, if I'm not wrong, this is Picado. And yep, you can hear sirens wailing. Probably it was coming from the vending machine that he accidentally hit. It kind of protrude into the body of Jaden, but eliminated 1. So Yuhai will take precedence of the stadium in Picado.
Their challenge coming up. It's going to be 0 there with the M249. Too hard to beat. Porza finally down and now, taken out by Cambodia's very own Zero. Captain of Anchor PUBG. Doing well for himself, even on the very early round of Erangel, where he's got himself a few booking of points. So he will continue the streak. Meanwhile, Malaysia will have X-Rush on top of this corner of the hill. I'm not too sure if he knows that King is right down below Team Myanmar. Sneaking in, I think he heard those footsteps. The sound cues, not really giving too much away of his position, but at the very least, Rush knows he's not alone.
Yep, and those shots are coming from Nuzi from the other side. He was using a sniper before this when he was contested by King. And King is actually being spotted by Nuzi, but he has no idea. Rush is up there all alone, actually waiting for him to come in. Right now, the problem here is for Rush. He has to rush to get his elimination points, and nope, not enough time for that. And now it's for him to think about how he's going to get into the circle. And King is not going to say, hey, it's the end, because he's going to wait for what kind of shots or who actually fired while he was on the way going down.
He's got to manage his resources well, and they're already in phase 3 where it's starting to hurt much more now. Without those vehicles, X-Rush really had to find that vehicle, whether if it's a bike or a truck, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be important for him to just get right into the area of play. McLaren this time taking the high ground section, has the bird's eye view as he's already within the phase tree circle. And he's going to keep everybody else that's moving in this time around. Lambo will have those slides from downtown. You high on the open ground. Nobody saw that one coming, and he made it look easy.
Yeah, he only took a tap, and that is not even from a DMR. That was from a rifle gun, guys, and that's an auto rifle. That is definitely really disciplined of him. If I'm not mistaken, he was using a suppressor. Probably that's the reason why he was looking into for a while, and then he decided to take the shot. But here we go. We're looking into some eliminations coming out around the areas, and I think Rush finally managed to bring down King. He waited and used his resources quite well. But you know what? Who is showing off his skills right now is still McLaren. He was in the middle of the drop spot. I mean, in the middle of the circle. And right now, he's saying that he's not afraid of any kind of challenges. He's going to take it off with Schwabs. And Schwabs taking whatever he take. Whatever targets that he sees, he sprays it off. But initially, that position was McLaren's spot. And he saw a lot of the players. He did not make any contact. But right now, he's using his skill sets, thinking about it, and knowing that, hey, there's somebody up there. I'm just going to, yeah, there you go. He's using his mind.
Let's see if this one works out, though. He drops it right on the top. Perfect lineup for McLaren as he secures his first point out there. Unfortunately for Schweppes, he may have actually taken one player off of Team Brunei, but that's not going to be enough as he is being sent out way early on. 35 more players still intact, though. Now, there's only 2 more from Cambodia this time around. Well, they are playing it really slowly. Same goes to Newbie, but he spots out Yuhai. Yuhai definitely showing a lot more as compared to game 1. Another player goes out and plays on, and that's going to be Genfos, unfortunately, not making the cut as well. And vehicles, they are a necessity. And honestly, there's not too many of them lying around in Myanmar, and that's going to be very worrisome. Yuhai now giving those grenades. Now he's trying to swerve off, going around in circles, and he will be shredded out by Newbie. M249. It's hard to beat once again.
Yep, again. That is coming from another distance. So now this is where this is kind of crucial for all of these players to not be in the vulnerability when you're outside in Miramar, because everybody's coming in very, very close to one another. And plus, you're playing a lot of mind games here. We're seeing a few players are showing off that. We did see that from McLaren. And now Jitsu is trying to do it off with Alan. Alan, I have no idea exactly they are there. But got Tuni coming into the picture, also taking out Finn. But here we go back to Jitsu and Alan. And I'm not sure if it gonna click with where Alan is currently. Right, he did get a bit of the damage, and he's trying to do one more time.
He's gonna drop it right inside the smoke, and you can just say that patience definitely does pay off. 1 HP left on Alan. He does survive, and that was a really close call. Now phase 4, we're already seeing 2/4 of the lobby already out, and this is the reason why I love Miramar, because there's so many nukes and cranny increases through these hills that you can still pick people off. And when it's going down to those open terrains, you saw what happened to Yuhai. He had those sort of flight angles, what's in front of him, but there's always somebody behind, and that's why it's so challenging. McLaren once more drops those grenades, and here it comes Beckham running around trying to confuse McLaren, so he will have to hold that grenade back. It's like, okay, we're just going to go for some quick reset. Jisoo still going for those trades. So Alan now chips away half of his health. Jisoo will need to hold back with so many of all these incendiaries already dropped on the ground.
Jitsu, if I were him, I would do the finish off the clearance because he only had 1 HP left. But now we are looking to a cat and dog fight. But you know what? Smart usage by McLaren with the Molotov. He tried that in Erangel. It did not work with Lambo, but this time we can see it works definitely nicely. Alan. But here we go, Alan versus Jitsu. Oh no! It became otherwise, because initially Jitsu was the one who was trying to, make Alan scared. But hey, you know what? The game has reversed, and Jitsu has to go first.
Yeah, that was a huge outplay, not gonna lie, where Alan, you saw how hard was he suppressed from the lower side of the hill, didn't have his buggy, didn't have much resources, but he kept it all along. It's like, okay, let's wait for it, hold those tight corners, and that's how he played out that battle so well. Now, we're gonna take this fight into the city of Jumatera, where you have a mixture of high ground terrain as well as the lower downtown side of the hills, while we have Brunei as well as Vietnam being neighbors in those compounds. While more players have been removed from play, now we have our top 16. It's going to be Redface here with the most numbers out there. Redface still wants more, but Newbie has been taken out by Zero instead. Laos there, staying away a point from Team Indonesia, while Redface will have to hunt out for another.
Yeah, but quite concerned about Redface because he don't really have a vehicle. But here we go, Beer 11 is going to spot out another opponent that is about to come into the compound. Plus, he is right smack in the middle of the circle, and a CQC battle right immediately, and no entrance at all. Entrance denied from Alan, who just takes down Jitsu. Another one comes in here, Redface trying to bring off Laos team 2, Rosa, but he managed to get it's really close.
Well, it was Zero that stole the numbers away from him. Zeroza will try to find ways to get out of this difficult area. While Redface, he's already being tagged up. He is forced to heal up just by the edge of it. He's not really in a good spot, though. Game goes to Zero, while Redface does it again, this time from a distance, putting Mon out of the game, while Zero is still getting bullets sent his way. Got Toonie from another angle instead. He's going to change it over on that UMP. Now, this time, not going to be all too easy of a shot with that red dot scope inside. He's trying to hold those angles and break down the vehicle, so Zero has got nowhere to go. Well, Zero's as well as Zero. Well, though the name do rhyme, they're not really from the same region, and they're going to be going head-to-head eventually.
Head-to-head, indeed, 11 players left. All of them are in the circle currently. Some of them is in a building, and most of them are in the outskirts of the compound that is given. So obviously, they have to eliminate one another first before coming into. And we are looking into Frankie call again. Frankie from Malaysia. We have two Frankies in the current circle, but a Rosa or Zero is honestly actually he managed to get one. He's looting, and he can't take that long because he's currently outside. He has a buggy, yeah, but somebody is looking right at him, right beside him.
Indeed. And we've only got one representative each from Malaysia, Cambodia, as well as Brunei, still surviving in this Myanmar Duke out, while the rest will have two athletes of their own from each respective region of Southeast Asia. Now, Laren plays it safe. He just wants to ensure that he covers some ground with those smoke grenades that he tosses out so that he covers his track. Same happens here with Zero on the lower end of the hill. He knows that somebody is still out there, but Zero Zar, he's unfazed. He will reposition and to book himself a better place for him to secure that chicken dinner. Meanwhile, take a look at that. Frankie, he's going to be challenging Gatuni pretty soon. So it's Malaysia versus Thailand.
And you know what? Frankie gets the last shot here from the distance, and Zero goes down back to the lobby for Cambodia Zero. Or no, it's from Laos Zero. So we still got a few of these teams that are still playing in, especially Zero from Cambodia. He's still alive. Frankie is currently leading in the players that is left behind here. And Zero is going to try to take over the board here. He's so confident right now. We can see that he's not even taking care of the steps at all. He's going to come in with a storm.
Indeed he does, and he's got the best heavy artillery weapon to find his way there, but there's so many angles being covered. It's going to be Pure that will drop that grenade onto range, so Team Philippines, they will lose one more out there. Well, Thailand holds their own. Now with the UMP, though, knows he's behind this wall. Now he has to quickly going for the reload. Here comes McLaren. This is the fight that we've wanted to see for some time. It's Team Vietnam versus Team Thailand again. Two of the sharpest shooters in this match. You can see laser sharp focus from the cams below. McLaren really wants it though. Frankie, he's on the other side. Man marking onto Zero. Sees those movements. Now, this doesn't have the angles to work around with. This is the problem inside of Chumachera. There's too many walls to go up against all these players.
Yep, and talking about the walls, yeah, creating their own walls themselves with the smoke grenade right in front of Zero. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for McLaren or even Frankie from Vietnam to be a bit tricky to play a bit on with them. But McLaren taking a little bit of the damage here, trying to counter fire with someone that is right in front of him. This is really like TDM. They can hear each other's steps. It's basically different buildings to one another. Looking into the overall view, this is how close they are to one another. It's all about the hearing of the steps.
That's right. And every move matters from here on. Take a look at the circle. We'll go back to the lower end. Colt accidentally naded himself, and he's going to be out of the game at 9th place. Still a decent finish for Brunei overall. Well, we still have Frankie here trying to go for a reload. He's got Judy. What a surprise engagement as he sends out Team Malaysia. Well, we still have 2 players of Thailand to fight this one out. Well, this could still very well be another chicken dinner for Thailand. Unfortunately for Stone, he's already been taken out, while McLaren finds another on his crosshair. It's going to be Honda that will bow out. Now, only 4 regions still remain. 6 more players on the board to see who's the big winner here in Myanmar.
And the battle still begins, and it's still a draw between Vietnam and Thailand, but there's a grenade that's being tossed in, and H2R immediately out back to the lobby by Gutsuni. And he's going to shift into different positions right now. Even though he gets the circle, he wants to find the rest of them. BR11 next is going to spot Zero, but Zero refused to go back to the lobby. He is giving a tough battle with the smokes that he created himself as a wall.
You can see all these huge tactical K plays coming with another huge frag. It's Frankie now with 2 points of his own. Now securing the top 4 position. They can't play for placement. This is a chicken dinner that everyone's having their mouths drooling for. It's going to be Beer on down below. Spots out Gatsuni, moving out with his buggy, trying to trace where he's headed to next. But it's going to be McLaren that will get the first dips. 1 bullet lands, but not enough to take out Gatsuni instead. Now, everyone's going to be inside of the circle. 3 pointers each for Gatsuni as well as McLaren. Now, it's between both Thailand as well as Vietnam. 2 representatives each.
2 representatives indeed, and this is really same neck and neck, at least for the previous round and right now. It's really showing a domination of the skill sets here coming from the players of individual teams. But we can see the battle that is about to begin. I think McLaren is about to find BR11, but then again, Gutsuni already kind of marked the target, at least to where he has to turn. Now, Frankie has limited of space. He needs to somehow try to squeeze in, but knowing that someone is guarding the counter side here. Gutsuni knows exactly where Frankie is, and Frankie also knows the same thing. They're tossing in, doing a trade-off, but not clicking it right, at least for now. So they are focused fire on one another.
That's right. It's going to be pretty hard for them to really navigate their way in such tight angles. While McLaren, at least he does have a couple more trails of smokes that he could work with, but that also blocks a little bit more vision from not only himself, but the rest of his opponents as well. Gatsuni is gonna go all the way back. He heard all the ruckus that was created by McLaren from the back. Now he wants a piece of that. While BR11, he's already climbing, and he's gonna be moving very closely into the crosshair of McLaren, making it easy. And McLaren will have to quickly reposition. He spots out Gatsuni as well. It could be a Vietnam game after all. The host nation trying to draw it all out, and it's going to be a flashbang that will be tossed out. McLaren has got him all blinded, but it's going to be another return exchange. Gatsuni coming up with those high IQ plays while he will push in with the UMP spray down as well. And that's where S12K is in the block. He's going to bring it close to Gatsuni instead. He's still holding on towards the top end. It's going to be pretty hard for him to get out from Frankie. He's enjoying this spectacle. He's just going to wait for this battle to be over so he can reap all the rewards. Now, who's going to be able to take it? Gatsuni moves out. Now, Vietnam secures that chicken dinner, but it's between Frankie or McLaren.
They definitely know exactly where they are coming from, and the clock is ticking because the zone is coming in. It's all about the zone, and if they want to push it, they got to do it now. And it seems like both of them are all playing by the safe sides of the wall. So looking into McLaren, he wants to push. He's making Frankie confused with the footsteps. He's not coming out. He's luring him to come in fact. Now trying to play a bit of the pick and scope, not hitting it. None of them is coming out to show themselves being vulnerable. And you know what? This is all about the mind games.
Eventually, the circle will shrink into the middle of it all. Both of them will have to leave those walls, and there's not much resources left. Now coming with those quick peeks, McLaren still finding it hard to leave that block. Now he is already exiting the compound, trying to get into another one instead, hanging by the broken walls. Now going up close and personal, just having one tiny pixel to work with. And these broken walls are one of the toughest for them to actually get those numbers off of them, and bullets after bullets, they do not connect. Now McLaren got a little bit of a squeeze here to work with. Now between the two of them, and they will have to quickly sum it up eventually with a crate in between them. He's going to switch over to M4 instead. Frankie trying to get him all tagged up. Frankie's going to be low, but Laren chasing in for those numbers. He can still turn it around, and with the blue zone closing in, there's not much options left for Frankie. He has to finish off the fight, and McLaren, he does it all in style with a jump shot, but my goodness, Franklin crunches it. Frankie of Team Vietnam secures winner, chicken dinner.
I really like how he changed his weapon at the very last minute. He hit that with a shotgun, you know. Even though he knows his life was in danger already. That was really quick thinking right there to see the skill sets of this athlete right here from Vietnam, the hosting country. Frankie just shows it all. You know what? I don't have life. It's okay. I've got my weaponry. I know my skills. I'm going to hit it right on the target. And winner goes to him.
And you saw there was no sweat on his face at all. Just a little bit of smirk back onto McLaren, which that sort of hastiness that was being shown, displayed by McLaren, costed him himself. If he waited a few moments from there on, eventually the blue zone would have closed out, and McLaren could have gotten himself his own chicken dinner right there and then. But he wants to take him down. He wants that one elimination point so that he could just stack it games after games. And of course, mind you, audiences out there tuning in for the very first time, every match point will be accumulated till the very end of round 10, and that's where we add all the points all together to see who's the grand winner of that gold medal here in the 31st SEA Games. But sis Jenny, man, that was exhilarating. That is what I hoped for, and I got all the great action here on PUBG Mobile.
I really like that, honestly, that last finishing. It's all about how they kind of reacted to situations, you know, the timing that they kind of did the training for our CQC fights, which is the close quarter combat fights. They use the same gun, but it's difference between different kind of grounds. One had the higher ground, the other one had a lower ground. But surprisingly, the one had lesser patience. He went through, yes, he managed to get a bit of the life down, but it's all because, you know what, I have this gun. Let me change to this weaponry and it might just hit on the target. And he did it flawlessly. I really like how he finished it with an ending, and it's like a smoke. It's like, okay, you know what, I'm going to pull out my socks. It's simple.
Yeah, and I thought that Frankie would have cracked under the pressure because McLaren was just suppressing him through the wall.
Yeah.
There was basically no area of coverage to play. But that jump shot that McLaren did right there really costed him, because once you go for a jump shot, just like in real life, you don't have that sort of accuracy. I mean, this ain't no Hollywood movie where you could just curve some of all these shots out there. So I guess it really went down to the wire between the two, where both of them were playing on that knife's edge. And it's great to see. Overall, it was still Team Vietnam dominance by the end on that top two of the podium of the match of Myanmar. But of course, this is far from over. We still have more matches to go. So sis Jenny, I think that, you know, it was just an early appetizer when it comes down to Angle. This is the full meal. Myanmar matches, I want to see more.
Yeah, I kind of like mirror matches when it comes to a solo match, actually. Kind of like it because, you know, when they go down and then they have limited of space, they were playing with each other's mindset from the long, not much of a long distance shots. A whole lot of them was actually quite close to one another, especially when it comes to the last few circles. It's all about the hearing. We did see how a player from Malaysia, Frankie, he did not expect that Guttuni already have arrived in that location. We did see an overall view where Guttuni came into, like, he parked his buggy at the very last minute and just came in, and like while Frankie was trying to listen to all the other footsteps, he got a little bit confused right after call from Brunei grenaded himself, and then right when that happened, Guttuni just, hi, I'm here, and he kind of got gritted, like surprisingly. So that's probably why he couldn't react on time.
same goes to Yuhai, right? Like, he got in quite some significant advantages in the early game where he picked up like 2 frags or so until he went to the open ground. He didn't really suspected somebody to be somewhere out in that vast field of sand, somehow ambushing him from the back end. That's Laos claiming that 1-pointer from Team Malaysia's Yuhai. But we had a lot of talk about players. It's time to see who is the MVP of the match.
Yummy, yummy. I kind of already know. Ooh, you know what? It's not Frankie, but it's Midlaren. Again, showing off his skill sets. They already shown in Erangel on how he kind of be aggressive with the kind of shots that he's giving in, and right smack being in the middle. And right now, in Miramar, his longest elimination is actually 66 meters, and that is not even long in Miramar. We don't see this kind of longest eliminations. Yeah, this is just close. So we can simply say the kind of personality that he has in the gameplay, he's all about close quarter combat. He wants to go head to head, like how he kind of pushed into Frankie at the last few circles earlier.
That's right, and we saw him really working to his own advantage. And even when he's not having the best of areas to play, you can see how swiftly he moves out of that. So with him earning the MVP, we also have to keep our eyes on Frankie from here on. Now he secures his very first chicken dinner as he's got a total of 24 points accumulated from Miramar itself. So Midlaren comes in closely with 4 frags of his own, tying the knots, only having the lack of 4-pointers for that placement finish, while Gatuni as well as Veer 11 will make Thailand proud for that 3rd and 4th place finish. They have 3 frags as well as 2 frags of their own. As we go down the leaderboard, we have 0 of Cambodia now making it to the 5th placement. Frankie with a 14-pointer out there. Meanwhile, H2R as well as Honda from Team Philippines as well as Team Laos respectively earned themselves 12 points. And same will be said about Red Face, who's also gotten 4 elimination points of their own.
Yep, and this is the standings from 21 till 40. So a lot of this, I would say, the elimination points did strike a little bit different this time around. We can see that some of the players are trying to get more elimination points as compared to the previous round. Although it's almost the same kind of stats here, which is 2 or 1, but at least the ranking wise, they kind of increase in the knowledge of, you know what, I don't really have to loot so much. In fact, I gotta spot out for more opponents that's gonna come in by, which is exactly onto the kind of weaponaries that they try to switch in at the very last few gameplay. So at least this came out in each individual athletes that we are seeing today.
That's right. And unfortunately for the rest of the Vietnamese players out there this time around, we saw Lambo was performing really well back in Erangel. This time, not so hot alongside with Ferrari as well as Porsche. Each one of them not getting to start their engines off on the right gear. Or, well, I'm not too sure. Maybe there's not enough petroleum up in the tank. But they will have some time to refuel for Game 3 onwards. So we got some impressive gameplay highlights overall, as we'll be able to witness that in a few moments' time. But to you, what was the most impressive play other than, you know, that winner chicken dinner moment for you, Sis Jenny?
Yo, and here we go, looking into the head-to-head, and we've got Midlaren again coming into head-to-head. Previously, we had him against with one of the Thailand players, and now we are having Frankie on board. So we are going to say that he is using the same gameplay for all these rounds. At least you're seeing into Erangel and Mirab. I'm not sure if Sandhawk is going to do the same way, but if he does, it definitely proves that he can do it. But you know what's the cliche moment here, Contra? Look at the longest elimination distance here. It's 66 as a 38, and it's Miramar.
Well, you could basically swap sides and nobody would have actually noticed anything, to be honest. So when it comes down to all these sort of play style, sure, we saw Midlaren. He have got himself in plenty of all these head-to-head combat, and there was plenty of times where he received so much damage but did not falter. That is the stuff of a champion, I would say. Now we accumulate all those points, and Midlaren currently sits at number spot, takes away the spotlight from Stone, who have got eliminated much early on, as Stone is currently on number 2. Colt, with that 27 point, will still place him at that bronze placement medal if he can maintain that spot. Well, Frankie now moves up to 4th, got Tuni in 5th, and it's going to be H2R of the Philippines at 6th placement with 24 points. 18 for both 1sec as well as Beer 11, while Barong as well as Globals will walk away with 16. Same goes to Zero of Cambodia, X-Rush from Malaysia. So it's going to be a close matchup between all these players still, all the way down to the 20th. There's still plenty of chances left for them to climb back up.
Yep, and we're talking about 8 more rounds to go. So, of course, looking at it as today, we have 3 more rounds to go, and tomorrow there'll be 5 more. So there's a lot more of methods that they can implement in and try to get all the elimination points as they can go. As we speak about not doing the survival points as much, because we did see a whole lot of these players who are currently in the top 10, they are trying to take precedence in the elimination points, which honestly we did not really see much of the highlights, but there are players who are also doing the same kind of elimination stats here, but probably they are getting it from the distance or trying to kill or steal the elimination points from the other angles that was being approached. Like, for example, we did see something happen to Yuhai. Again, that was a bit of a sneaky method that was trying to hit from the back.
Yeah, and bear in mind that we have some of the best players in the world here playing in the SEA Games. And it definitely is understandable for certain players out here to not really get those engines running in the first few matches out there. They have to get accustomed to this play style, going on solo missions out here to be not only safe from harm's way, but also to be able to rape in those big numbers. Because easily, if you put either one of these 51 players into other public lobbies, I'm pretty sure they will walk away with 20 bombs of their own and just really wipe off the entire map by themselves. But when you are stacking the elite players overall across Southeast Asia, which is arguably one of the best regional players off of the world when it comes down to the PUBG Mobile grand stages, I think that there's always going to be some element of surprise. And you know what? Let's not have any more surprise, as we got an interview on our way as we have our player of Team Vietnam coming on board.
I need to on my light. Be right back.
Hi Frankie, how do you feel about the first victory in the second game?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui và hồi hộp khi phải đối đầu với đội tuyển Việt Nam của mình vào vòng cuối.
He feel very happy and excited to be the winner in the second game.
Thực ra đó là một tín hiệu đáng mừng khi mà cả hai vận động viên tới từ đội tuyển Việt Nam đều đã xuất sắc lọt tới vòng bo cuối và hiện tại đang có được một phong độ thi đấu rất là xuất sắc. Không biết là Frankie đã chuẩn bị như thế nào để đến với đấu trường SEA Games 31 bộ môn PUBG Mobile?
What is your preparation to participate in SEA Games 31 PUBG Mobile?
Em chỉ ăn và ngủ rồi, ra đây đấu rồi.
Just sleep and eat.
Frankie là một anh chàng rất là hài hước và dễ thương các bạn ạ. Các bạn có tin là chỉ ăn và ngủ mà lại có được một cái phong độ rất là tốt như bây giờ hay không? Và bây giờ thì Frankie có muốn gửi một lời nào tới các bạn khán giả đã luôn ủng hộ cho đội tuyển Việt Nam, đặc biệt là đội tuyển Việt Nam một mình tại SEA Games 31 này không?
What do you want to say with the Vietnamese fan in this SEA Games?
Dạ, em xin cảm ơn mọi người đã cổ vũ nhiệt tình hai đội Việt Nam tại SEA Games 31 lần này.
Thank you for your supporting.
Cảm ơn Frankie đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này và chúc cho bạn sẽ có được một tinh thần thật tốt để thi đấu thật là cháy máy, giành được huy chương vàng trong bộ môn cá nhân này nhé. Và bây giờ các bạn khán giả hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút để chúng ta chuẩn bị đến với kênh thi đấu tiếp theo. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livig themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livig map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
Flags my sound down. Tiger with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags my sound down. Tiger with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedulgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي من هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم بسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارضك كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro.
Jenny, welcome back. I just like to say it together.
Yeah, and of course, Sis Jenny, please do the honors.
Yes, welcome back everybody to our SEA Games, and this is Esports. You are watching PUBG Mobile for the solo tournament first. So we have already succumbed to two games, and so far Thailand has won the first battle, and the second one is Vietnam. So it seems like Contra that these two countries are dominating.
That's right, and for very good reasons, we see tremendous effort being displayed by each and every athletes of both respective nation, and I do believe that eventually other nations will be able to pick up the pace as well. We saw back in Game 1, Brunei had so many of their athletes really climbing up the bar, making up majority of the top 10 of Erangel, and eventually when it returns back to Erangel, would we be able to see the same scenario once again? We want to also keep our eyes up on Team Malaysia as well as Team Indonesia, where they haven't been able to make it into the top four mark. But I believe one of these rounds they'll be able to do so. So, of course, with that being said, before we get ourselves into the game, there's a whole lot of stuff that you should check out. If you've been playing PUBG Mobile all along, I'm pretty sure that you guys have noticed that there's going to be updates available, and now there's more new stuff here in Livic where you can have a whole lot of fun playing football with your friends. And, a whole lot of new stuff has been added into the game in 2022 with all these features on board. So it's about time to gather all your buddies and get that chicken dinner.
Yep, definitely. And Livik is one of the fun maps, at least if you want a quick game. This is where you can play with feeling at ease a little bit because there's a lot of place to loot, and you can go on for battles after battles. You keep on meeting one person after another person. But another thing that we want you to have is, of course, to redeem player voice pack. Come on, guys. I'm sure there is a lot of you out there who are PUBG players or the ones that have been supporting a few of these players that don't need any introduction. We have a few voice packs ready for you. All you gotta do is complete daily missions and redeem pro player voice pack. And you can see in the image we have a few pro players. Who are they, Contra?
Well, of course, you all would have actually noticed that the one right there in the middle of the screen is Ryzen, the legendary player of Bigatron Red Aliens that have been able to win the global championship title. And of course, we have Yuhai as well from BTR. These are the players that we'll be looking out for throughout the tournament schedule. But of course, speaking of scheduling, throughout the season of reunion, as we've seen so many of all these players come together for the SEA Games, you guys can also come together to celebrate the joy of playing PUBG Mobile together from 13th of May all the way to the 29th, where you can log in and redeem all these cool stuff. Other than the BPs, you can see pans, frames, bags, parachutes, and of course, you spend enough time, you can even get yourself that permanent toothpick swordsman set, all for free. All you have to do is play, and you'll be able to get it eventually.
Just follow the schedule that is already lined up for you, which began 30th of May all the way till 29th of May. In fact, some of them you just got to do a login and redeem, but some of them you got to survive and redeem. And you know what? If you are here, gather more of your family, your friends, your mates, everybody, so that we can get this viewers milestone, because there are things still involved for you to collect and get the prize. So one of the things that I would say at that point of time, a whole lot of players, including myself, was crazy about is actually the rose backpack. How cute that backpack is. So cute. In fact, it's not just for a lady. In fact, it's for everybody. It's so cute that you can create your own character with such characteristics that they have given you.
That's right. To me, I really want to get my hands on that bathrobe because, like you could just act like it's just another day if just starting off here on PUBG Mobile and you just style on them. So be sure, claim it while it's hot, while when we do hit those viewer milestones. And remember, all this for free. All you have to do is gather your friends to watch the 31st SEA Games for the PUBG Mobile division. So, with that all being said, as we go into the individual category for PUBG Mobile, we could see that there's so many different style of plays being displayed by all the 51 players that were on board for the past 2 rounds. So, heading into round 3 out of 10, this is where I think that they've already had the notion, okay, this area is not safe to play. They're going to change their approach overall. I think like we're going to expect to see a lot more the players getting a little bit more aggressive in terms of play style. And for some that just wants to maintain that placement point, they just have to make sure they're in the circle, especially when we saw in Myanmar, it was so difficult. Like, I think that was like a few players that was taken out by the play zone, unfortunately, where things like this, they have to be very of vehicles, extremely important. Doesn't matter whichever map you play, except for Sanhok, of course, you can still go on foot. But Erangel going on foot? Nuh-uh. Murama? Absolutely not. And I guess that's something for them to learn.
Yep, definitely. Though I'm looking forward for Sandhawk, which I believe so. We might experience it in a little bit. Just give us a little bit of time to get the players prepared. I think it will be much more trickier, as you know, a whole lot of these individual solo tournaments usually will be in Sandhawk. So it's in a way they are accustomed to Sandhawk on how they're going to catch one another as compared to Miraba and Erangel. So it might be much more trickier as compared to what we saw before this. So it might be a different domination from a different country. I am smelling a little bit of Indonesia here. I might be wrong. Then again, this is based on past experience on how usually when it comes to Southeast Asia, when all these country meets together, there are certain maps that usually will have a constant winner or the constant team that will always give out these elimination points. And to what I kind of know, it's Indonesia. Usually it's from BTR, but then again, things might change.
Well, definitely there will be changes on match per match basis. But what have really impressed me was the performance of 2 of these nations, Team Laos as well as Team Cambodia. We see round after round, sure, they may not end up on that top 5 leaderboard, but you saw they've been picking up points every here and there. And with those sort of points accumulated, they just have to maintain a form of consistency. And that's the golden word that we always fall back to when it comes down to PUBG Mobile. And here we go. We'll be diving back into Erangel for the second time around in match 3. This time, the flight takes us through from the far western end of Quarry all the way into the Paka. And I gotta say, this is, after all, the most balanced flight path that we've seen all day.
I don't know why. Something tells me like for the solo game, at least we have witnessed for the 2 rounds that we've witnessed so far, the circle prefers to be under the flight route. So probably this might be in a way to make the game shorter. Although at an average, we did see it's 28 minutes, at least for Mirama. But if the circle decides to do a hard shift, especially the very first few circles, then it's going to be troubling for teams, not teams, but individual players to rotate themselves inside. So at least for now, the momentum of the gameplay is that everybody just got to get what they need and then spot each other out as soon as possible. And this is what is happening currently with the Cambodia Jitsu, who spotted somebody that is driving across straight, and he is just going to tap it away. And you know what? Crossbow first. He's going to try and get whatever he can in order to take down the first 2 elimination points.
Yeah, lucky enough for the ones passing by, they won't be challenged all too much in the early game. As you have mentioned, it has remained on that flight path all along, and as this remained to be centralized across the farm region, this is where Genfos came out to play as they take out Lamborghini this time around, much early on. So 2 rounds in a row, Team Vietnam's very own Lambo didn't really got too much of the action, so he has to be a little bit more reserved heading into match 4 onwards. But great work for Vet Genfos, taking the very first point of match 3.
And already we've got 50. So just one of them just got eliminated. And again, we are looking into a flight route. Circle did not really favor on towards the west side, but there is a portion of it going towards all the way the east side and a bit of the north. So it's still okay, I would say, for those players who wants to do a quick rotation or even do a fast looting. Because at the end of the day, what's important is that they get as many elimination points as possible, and plus to get their rotation as safe as possible, because it's all about fast reaction when you're individualist and you're playing solo. It's like one role takes it all, like how we did see in the initial contention between if I'm not wrong, it was Laos and someone from Indonesia over in the rocks of Myanmar. They were playing a little bit of the flanking, and then the other one was hiding in the shed. So yeah, it's all about that's the thing that they have to focus upon.
Indeed, and I feel like some of these athletes, they're on a triathlon instead. Like, not only do they go running in fields, they're also taking a little bit swim. One thing that's missing, though, is the bikes. So, of course, that's added to PUBG Mobile, but not available in competitive mode, I do assume. But there are times if it's available, sure, just whip it out, take a stroll downtown. But as we could see early on, the two players that were by the river of Rozak didn't really have weapons on their side, and I guess they were avoiding some of all these territories that were already preoccupied by players such as Rankit here from Team Philippines. So far, Thompson has been a really reliable weapon if you can't really secure yourself an AR category artillery. So I guess, like, so long as you have something that you could at least dish out some damage, that's good enough.
Yep, totally agree with you. And plus the meta of DBS, that crazy cool weapon that I really like. I've never mastered it, but we have seen a whole lot of athletes can do that very well. So that's definitely a needy weapon, at least for the solo tournament, because it helps you at the very last few circles. In fact, when you're coming into a CQC, the close quarter combat, it really comes in handy when you need it on time.
Yeah. And to double down on those one-tap weaponry or artilleries that they have, why not pair it with a sniper? We saw some players were wielding Musin Nagant. Imagine getting the hit shot from 200 meters away. That is something to flex on the SEA Games, where you saw majority of all these elimination points that was gathered by these players were around 100 meters or less. So we have yet to see the longest distance coverage by a perfect shot out of those snipers yet. And therefore, I really want to see that. And of all players that I've been eyeing out for, it's going to be Luxy of Team Indonesia. One of the ones that have been able to master all weaponry. Now Gatuni's getting challenged as well. Lucky enough, he walked into a safe region. And early game, we have already seen Porza really bringing up the heat as he tries to cover another angle by the regions of farm.
Yeah, and Porza doing this high vantage point peeking through. I'm not sure if he's going to do a flank, because that's what we saw earlier with Porza. And if I'm not wrong, it's Redface or someone else from Indonesia team. He did a flanking, and then, the person was stuck. But at this point of time, I think he's already comfortable to go elsewhere and find his next opponent. For now, we're looking into Potato, and this is the district of Jojo Pol. So this is very interesting, because this place is pretty tricky with a squad. What else when you're playing alone? A whole lot of, proning is going to happen, and people is going to peekaboo you. And right now, we're looking into Beer 11, who kind of knew that, hey, somebody's here. I'm just going to wait for him to give me a peekaboo.
Yeah. I was going to argue with you on that fact that, like Jojo Pol is always going to be pretty hard to play on. When it comes down to solo, at least you have so many walls that you can actually protect yourself, and you have plenty of loots that you don't really have to worry too much about. Hey, I don't have enough stocks of first aid kits or even all these sort of bullets to work with. Now, they have none of that to worry about. Now, the only thing is to keep an eye out on other individual players lying around, and that's going to be Beer 11. Still eyeing onto Potato, but he's already got himself back into the UAZ, so Beer, he's going to miss his chance if he doesn't take it. Now, he will, though. Does have to all line up with the red dot side. Some damage being done. Potato, he serves all the way to the back, but he's just going to leave this vicinity and not leaving a trace for Thailand to pick him off.
That's definitely a bummer, but it's okay because somebody else got into the kill feed, and that's Jumper that just went back to the lobby. Being spotted over by Myanmar Team 2, Finn, who probably was about to do a rotation because we can see there is a tricycle right in front. He was about to take his leave and poop. Surprise, surprise. Finn is right behind with the buggy, showing himself that oh my god, you know what? I think he's going to wait here for a moment.
Yeah, Myanmar definitely have shown a lot of great results back in the Erangel round that they've played in match 1. So match 3, we'll expect them to have at least similar results or even better from this time onwards. And we spoke about the damage output that a DPS can offer. Rubenly has gotten himself a pickoff, and now there's only going to be 46 players that still remains on the board. So DPS is starting to become a method that is the easiest to execute, and that's what we call meta.
The potato from the distance, it starts to trigger the weapon over to Zayden, but he managed to glide away freely so far right now, and he is actually in the blue, so it's something that probably he would try to take the safe route in the very first few circles, try not to get a lot of the damage, because you know, once you already got not knocked, but the damage that is quite high, then there is a higher chance that you will get into the lobby faster than other players who have no damage at all, unless they can find an alternative of the vest or the helmet that they have right now. As of now, Jaden has only a level 1 backpack, level 1 helmet, and a level 1 vest.
Yeah, and I guess like at this moment you just have to scrape by with whatever loot that's left available. But take a look at the crowd though, heading into the phase 2 circle. Majority have predicted, and they are absolutely right by booking themselves a spot across that shelter region, while we have plenty of teams that are also on that northern end, just by the edges of Yasna Pollyanna. So whoever cuts across with a vehicle will be expected to be sprayed out. So gotta watch out for whoever is lurking around this time. While Laos will still have Noir 7, who's just gonna make his way from across the section of ruins as well as the Mount Gatka region. Beer 11, after spotting one player out, I don't think he's having any vehicles to rotate, and he's searching for one desperately by the shorelines of Georgia Pole, and I guess that's one trouble about looting there.
Yep, and I definitely did spot about Mid-Laren. He was going at the outskirts of Milta Power, but you know what, Luxy, the player that Contra has been talking about, now about to make contact here, but he's going to give that a pass for now. And we are looking into Malaysia Team 2, the same team, in fact. This is Snipes and Yuhai just passing by one another. Snipes trying to rely on the shots, and he managed to get a little bit of the damage. Yuhai will try to glide freely, but you know what, King has heard that, and he will try to see and check out what's going on.
And Snipes, he's being very disciplined right here, knowing that he's already revealing his own location. He doesn't want to pry further onto a lost cause where he did enough damage towards Yuhai. Plus, to chase a buggy is not an option while he doesn't really have mobility options available. Now, Yuhai, he gets himself into a compound of its own. Now, in between this fork road in the junction of Shelter as well as just that Pollyanna, I like to call it the Medusa intersection, where it does look like the hair strands of Medusa. And of course, you don't really want to stare Medusa in the face, just like how you don't want to stare at Rick face either ways. Door! Coming in with some really good sprays. Did a lot of damage, but not enough to take him down.
Yep, definitely that was a good angle. It was a tough one to aim though, but he managed to get like a very good sprays. If only he got stuck, and he might just get that elimination points. Here we go, Snipes being very sneaky. He's going to do a little bit of the sneaking. Probably he heard the vehicle that King kind of arrived right after he contacted Yuhai. So he's going to try to take him from the back. We might experience a little bit of backstab here from Snipes, but I'm not sure how long will that take.
I like the approach that King is taking. He's trying to climb on top of the roof, but unfortunately, having that buggy, it doesn't really give you as much vantage. Now he sees him jumping out. Good chance for Snipes. He's got an AKM. He does not really want to pull the trigger just yet. Just holding on until he finds a better angle. He's slowly creeping by. He's moving along. King has not taken notice at all. Great sneak attack. Snipes. He can get something out of this. And King, he's absolutely in the open.
Yep, I'm just waiting for the right time when Snipes is going to give a surprise, because King is lurking almost at the same place. It seems like as though he has that game instinct, knowing somebody's gonna lurk here somehow. But King at the same time, he is also doubting himself. He's not coming out on the same angle. But Snipes, this is the right chance. This is the time where I think he already seen each other, but who will get first? And you know what? Snipes, being the sneaky player, he gets it done.
Yeah, and it was way too late as he's being on open ground for the longest of time. And for you to turn at a 180 swing and still land a shot, it will take a miracle to do that. So, Snipes definitely having that perfect covered ground while Genfos is pushing inwards. He's going to be able to hear those footsteps coming from newbie. The Philippines have got this frag charged up. Now, Genfos heard the cock of the grenade, so won't be able to really have that sort of full send commitment. Now, Yuhai, though, coming with those long-range tabs, but he's going up against Gatsuni, having that M24 in hand. So Yuhai, he's got to not peek for long or else he'll get sniped instead. Monboy down below. Damroot by the blue zone. Both struggling to make space. Monboy now cooks up a nade. This is looking pretty good now. Genfos still going on the chase. Red Face gets the catch on the Yuhai while Genfos takes another gut against the Philippines. While Genfos still giving chase, there's not too much HP bars left. Now he's gonna make a run for his life, trying to get the heal over on the corner of the crate, and this container is not giving him much safe space. Here comes that stun grenade, but he's not gonna be able to lob it right at newbie just yet. Still dancing it around. A lot of maneuvers being brought up by both players.
I really like that coming from newbie from the Philippine team too. He's playing a lot of mind games here, and he managed to get a little bit of the healing, giving ample space for him to do that. But as of now, nothing has rose yet, but I'm sure he has the time to do a little bit of the healing. Now playing a little bit of the steps and cat and dog game. Again, this is a mind game we are talking about here. Genfos is trying to look at exactly where newbie is. Newbie is not going to let him in as easy as that. He's switching to the weapons, trying out something different, and wrong move there for newbie a little bit. He nearly got that right, nearly.
Just a happenstance. He just hopped right into the wrong window, and well, with that perfect coverage, you saw Genfos expected him to cut across on towards the right, and he was absolutely correct. Now, in the middle of the Medusa intersection, we see a standstill, but Damroot's going to get one. Same goes to Thailand's very own Schweppes. This time around, majority of the players from Team Vietnam has already been eliminated, leaving only a very few within this Iron Goal bout, where we have range. Just having great ground control, but we still have Ferrari, one of the few players left of Team Vietnam, still battling out and in a really great spot by the sector of shelter, where he does receive himself a care package where he could just bring in and unleash greatness with whatever's in store in that package.
Yep, and I definitely spotted something about Finn. He was using the same place as where he got Yuhai. So he's using a little bit of the lower ground and trying to trick people and just looking into the right angle where he can see a lot of vehicles coming in. So that's definitely a skill set that we're seeing over to Finn from Myanmar Team 2, doing a little bit of the homework. But here we go. We're looking to something quite vulnerable here. This is MR5, trying to hide out somewhere in the open. Also getting a lot of information here, but at the same time, this is a big vulnerability looking into Thailand.
Indeed it is. While Ferrari will be taken out this time, Frankie secures one. Well, not exactly Frankie. It's going to be another player that will be able to take them all out. Damroot right down below. He's already being damaged by the scuffle that he had early on. So, right now, as it stands, Brunei will have Kizoi. Is having two eliminations of his own. Frankie now cooks up with Nate. I think Damroot doesn't really have a chance here. Right down below, he's just going to get but somehow it misses. Just having it far too wide while Frankie tries another lucky grenade, while Damroot should be able to swerve off of there. Damroot tries to go for the exchange, but he just drops a few more smokes just to cover himself up. Sando this time, coming with the Mini 14, will have one perfect snipe, and that's the long-range coverage that I've been waiting for, though we didn't really get those angles on the view. And Noah will go up against Beer this time.
Yep, and a whole lot of them are currently in no man's land. It's in the open because this is where exactly the circle is closing in. So it's really, really hard to find opponents. Like what we are seeing Frankie is doing here. He's doing the standing up, but you know what? CQC happened right quite immediately, and this is between the same countries, Rush versus Cranky from Malaysia. And they're just around the corner now, changing gears, changing into Brunei now, spotting out with MR5, who's in the open. Similarly, concept here.
Oh boy.
But really well use of the terrain from MR5, knowing exactly where to gauge and where to hide and put his wall, which is currently a Dacia.
Yeah, and not only that, he held the angles right. Schwebs now takes out Beer 11. A Thai player being removed by another, while Schwebs will take over the top spot. MR5 is going to do exactly the same, but Frankie comes in with a flank of his own. Team Vietnam this time gives chase. So far, going dominating. This is the player that we've been able to interview early on, the one that have got away with that chicken dinner back in Myanmar. And when the tough gets going, the going gets tough. Well, I think I got it the wrong way. Anyways, going back on reverse, Frankie is definitely a tough cookie. But guess what? Potatoes, they can be tough too.
Definitely here we are seeing a trade-off of the throwables. And I think Laos, Honda says that's enough of throwables. I'm just going to go for CQC, and true, he will be ending it with an UMP without giving enough time for Potato to do a trade-off. But I would say that's a very good spot to be in, and similarly to where Damroot is. And currently he has been getting a lot of throwables here and there, but he will take off on time and will be able to find another place to seek refuge.
Wow, Frankie, he's working on the barrel without any scopes. We know this is one of the weaponry with the highest amount of recoil, and yet again, he's dishing out decent amount of damage over on the vehicle. Not enough, though. Frankie this time will get flanked instead. And it's going to be Zerula that takes out Frankie of Malaysia. Well, we also had another player to take out the Vietnamese side of Frankie. So two Frankies went with a blink of an eye. Well, Zerula trying to find that perfect lineup. Does a little bit more onto MR5. Tries to sprint off, and he does a ring around Rosie. Well, Finn picks off Noir 7.
Yep, and I think Finn is still in the same areas. He's still in that same shed, trying to do that very sneaky move, which he's probably securing about 3-4 now. Sprays are still happening here between Team Philippine H2R and managed to get one of the Cambodia's player, which is actually the IGL of MCO PUBG. So Zero, no more. He was trying to do a rotation here, but it seems like this open area is really tricky for a lot of these teams. And check out Honda's ample space of refuge.
Wow, he just have a bunker being set up right here and now. And he does have the circumference of the circle covering him as well, so he doesn't really have to worry all too much. But take a look at this, though. Raimon's still driving right in. While we did have a few battles that went in favor of H2R, one of the standout players of KHI Esports of the Philippines. We have Raimon finding some good distance against the rest of the competitors, but he's nowhere near that circle for now. He gets spotted out. Replays coming with the long-range tabs. It's going to be Indonesia versus Indonesia yet again. But he's going to find another target. It's going to be H2R right down below. Now he bad marks. It's going to be Vcoy. We'll find it on for Team Vietnam once more. See, this is his very first pickoff. Want to see more from him. At this time, Vcoy, he makes it into the top 11 scenario, the furthest he's ever gone from the past 2 games. And he has to eliminate Ritface, who's just by the edge of it all. Let's see what he's got.
I really like the fact that a lot of these players have such discipline trigger that, you know, their fast timing skills is also in a way where they kind of already hurt and then they immediately prone down. So Honda took out another of the players around the corner. Again, these are the players we are talking about who has the entire circle already. And we're looking into one of them, which is Porza, Laos team. Two good Tunisias up there. And this is pretty much a safe or smart gameplay, I would say, for Porza because he can do a little bit of TPP to know exactly where they are. The only thing that he's not able to do is to take them down. But it's okay because you are in the center of the circle, you want to get a chicken dinner. So unless somebody crash into the shed, then of course you got to do a little bit of CQC. But this is really smart of a place that he chose. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, every information is vital for your survival till the very end. So long as you get yourself into safety, that's the priority right here. 10 more players still left in this match while we have MR5 still driving around in circles, but his vehicle is already smoking up. A few more bullets will be able to take him down, and indeed, it will be Zeroza that will be picking off range while he gets on his journey, but this time, journey to the lobby it is. 9 more players still intact. Zeroza tries to get himself a smoke trail so that he could just safely get out of this area. But take a look at that. MR5 and everybody else is already finding those perfect angles to play. It's all down to Zero. What he wants from here on is going to be a tough decision. Red face up in the open, and Porza somehow squeezes those bullets through the window pane.
Yep, again, a good place of choice for Porza. He knows information, like what Contra said, information is vital at this point of time. Now MR5, I think he's into trouble. Honda already spotted him. He's kind of shifting gears, but he's kind of making himself nearer to the threat here. And already got eliminated. Back to the lobby, he got nearer into the place where he shouldn't be. Bunkers are available for anybody to grab right now. Honda taking over, and he is definitely seeing information on the go.
That's right. Everybody just by the edge of the zone while a beautiful tap landed onto the Indonesian player, Alan. Just soaking it all, but got tuning, got taken out by H2R. Sharp as an eagle. And that's what the Philippines is all about. Accuracy. Alan, though, he has to line weight. He has to prone. Same goes to H2R. Hana going in for the challenge. Forza will have to fight in close proximity eventually against Honda. H2R with those random taps, not really landing the mark, but this he does! My goodness me! Best chance for the Philippines to secure a top finish, but look at this. 3 other players that still left intact are all from Laos, and what did I tell you? This is where they will make a surgical comeback from the past 2 rounds that they may have lost out on. But the chances to close this one out for glory of their nation remains to be sky high.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying right now because H2R is not in the circle, and the Porza that has been in the shed, he is the kingmaker right now. He's not coming out to contest because he has everything. He knows everybody everywhere, but he's not coming out just as yet. And Honda is replying back to H2R, and you know what? You are in trouble right now because he has to get into the circle. Similarly to Honda, who has no vehicles at all right now. He has to make his way in, probably prone and crawl his way, but return fire immediately and giving shots. Shots are being alert here from Rosa from the other side. At the same time, H2R with a good game instinct, he kind of know exactly where the shots are coming from.
That's true, but take a look at that. Circle does not favor H2R, and he has to book his way out. But same could be said about the rest of the players. They're not exactly by the middle of the next phase of the circle in phase 7. Now, he's going to be a little outside of the play zone, and this confirms that the chicken dinner will go over to Team Laos instead. But the question is, who's going to be able to make the cut? Porza can still catch up on those elimination points if he gets himself more of it. Honda now leading with 4. Meanwhile, 3 for Zeroza. Does he have time? No, he will be taken out outside the zone. Now, 1 versus 1. Honda versus Ponza. Ponza has been using that chat as a bunker for his own. Now it's going to be a little bit of a challenge trying to break it out the door. Honda now chasing right in. Coming with the M4. He's holding in all that he's got. But with so little HP, Honda, he will try to move in. And my goodness me, Porza will end the game in style as he secures himself that juicy chicken dinner.
Wonderful job. Definitely, he took the advantage and used the shed wisely. And in fact, Porza managed to see more than one opponent across him when there was 9 players that were still alive in the circle. But he managed to take advantage of that, using the timing wisely, using the plays wisely, and he managed to clutch at the same time. I mean, it's all about being smart, getting the right decisions, and he executed it well.
Yes, you said it perfectly, says Jenny, where we have seen him going for great tactical maneuvers. And in fact, we saw a few battles taking place around that section. Early on, it was majority of all these Team Malaysian athletes that were contending for that prime spot. Everybody wants that shed for their own, but unfortunately, whoever goes in early will eventually be challenged. And I guess Porza, he eventually lurked his way, found that opening, and took it for his own, and he just had to wait for the chicken dinner to be served on that platter. So, beautiful work coming from Team Laos. It was not 1, not 2, but 3 of them make it into the podium finish by the end of that Erangel match. It's akin to what Team Brunei had did back in round 1, and they have been able to really show huge surprises to even the veterans in PUBG Mobile, the ones that have their names called out in so many of the tournaments. Now remain to be unseen in this match, and that's due to the nature of that competition being so stiff across the region of Southeast Asia. And, well, this is that perfect platform for all of them to shine here at the 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021.
Definitely, I'll second that contrast so much, because they definitely learned from the first match. We definitely see a difference in the way they build up the game and how did we see in the first Erangel. And as of now, everybody's moving quite fast. Not many players are currently in the blue. If you realize, I think they kind of rotated their way in. And also, I noticed that not much players actually use the vehicle. So they prefer to use it for just the minimal, using it at the perimeters, and then let it go and try to sneak their way into where the circle is, or at least do a little bit of the backstep. So definitely learn a thing or two from the first 2 matches that we've seen before. So this is something that they kind of adapted to the situation.
Yeah, and on top of that, we saw in that scenario where it's a crossroad for many of all these other individual players to pick those vehicles out, or individuals out of the vehicle. So it definitely is a risk to be taken by most of the players that were on board. So we saw what they ended up doing is that they used this vehicle as bunker, while H2R of the remaining player of Team Philippines have make it into the top 4 and still did very much heavy lifting all the way into the very end game of it all. Unfortunately, of course, with all the vehicle tires being popped up and such, he couldn't really travel in, and it was quite rough for him to eventually be taken out by the blue zone. But overall, it was still great plays that has happened all across Erangel. So with that sort of conclusion, I wonder who's going to sit at the top of the table, because there's no Stone in the top 10. There wasn't even McLaren, but we did see Frankie a few times, but he didn't make it to the top 10 as well. So I think that position is going to get challenged eventually, and I think this is that match that will basically hit that hard reset, because everybody's catching up.
You're right. Everybody's catching up, because if they get a chicken dinner, is a bonus 20 points. So as of now, we have different winners, different countries. So it's still up for grabs, at least, because if one player gets 20 points, and they will just automatically be shifted into the top 5 or the top 10. So it's still early to say on who is actually dominating, but definitely it was a good gameplay that we've seen on how they actually utilize the terrains. So far, we only see one battle that has a bit of the compounds, the buildings, and yes, the tricky. We can see the different skill set that is being applied here. The second game, it was more about the hearing and the timing. The first Erangel, I would say it's all about how are they going to rotate and how are they going to spot one another using vantage point. And right now, the third game, we are seeing on how they are using it well with a flat flat land that they try to conceal each other, game instinct and things like that. So these are the kind of skill sets that is being shown to us by all these athletes today.
That's true, and we saw trigger discipline and knowing the limits of how much you could possibly pull up. So, you know, speaking about pulling everything together, of course, we got to talk about the MVP. So let's have it go. And guess who? It has to be Honda that had those high flying colors by the end of that match. He did not walk away with that chicken dinner, but what he did was to secure a top 2 finish with 4 elimination points. But take a look at that. 614 damage. That also goes to say that he could have taken 2 other players out of this match. Of course, things do happen throughout the span of the game, but I'm definitely impressed by Team Laos's performance in match 3. As you can see, 3 of them have been able to make it to top 1, 2, as well as 3 respectively, where we have Porza on the top spot with 22 points, 20 for Honda, and 18 for Zeroza.
Definitely. They are showing off on how they are acting it upon as of now. Maybe because exactly where they rotated is near where they kind of did a little bit of looting, and hence we are seeing a little bit of that, at least for now. But one thing I would like to comment about H2R, he did something very bold where he wanted to eliminate players first, even though he had the limited he had limited in the sense of the circle. He was in the blue. He knew that he's going to be in the blue, but he was so determined to find all these other opponents that's right in front of him first before actually getting himself eaten by the blue. So this is something that it's his choice that he wanted to do. So he was trying to prioritize the elimination points.
That's true, and we can also take a look at the rest of the standings as well. Schweppes this time with 6 pointers along with Kizo. We got Rankit with 5 points alongside with Potato, Genfos, as well as Ferrari with 4. Meanwhile, X-Rush of Malaysia with 3 points alongside Rubenli, who has gotten 1 frag of their own as well. For 11, Colt this time only gotten themselves 2 points. Same goes to Barong, Globals, Snipes, as well as 1 sec. McLaren this time only had 1 point instead. Jumper having a lackluster performance, which I think a lot of Malaysians have expected a lot from the veteran player of PUBG Mobile hailing from the region.
Yeah, probably it's not as easy as we think it is, because a whole lot probably would say, hey, this is individual mode. How hard can it be? No, it's all about the tacticality, the skill sets, everything matters, guys. It's not all about rushing in and getting the first few elimination points. We see how careful they were whenever they spot somebody. They don't immediately just take down. They will take some time and kind of remind themselves whether it's the right time to take them down, the opponents, or it's not. We did see a lot of that happening, especially Dabrut. We did see it coming out from him. He was moving from place to place. Right after moving, he immediately prones and get into refuel. So those are trigger disciplines that we kind of spotted out.
That's right. And of course, when it comes down to individualistic plays, it's hard to remain consistent. We see even the ones that have won chicken dinners beforehand have bowed out way early on. But this time, we go head-to-head when it comes down to stats. We can see Zero Zara as well as Honda. They are almost matching up in terms of numbers. Of course, Honda did land those shots that matter. Well, and same goes to Zero Zara here, dishing out 551 damage. Well, only 1 meter separates them from the distance of elimination. While somehow, throughout the span of this journey, Zeroza, he received 0 damage. He was invincible.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly where he was, though. I can't really say about that, but yes, he's invisible. This is the overall standing for the third match. So H2R getting at number 1 with the, he was trying to prioritize the elimination points, and true enough, because of that, he managed to get that right, at least for this game. Got Tioni coming into the second position. I think it's because of the elimination points. But you know what, Contra? Look into McLaren. Amazing, isn't it?
McLaren's got 10 frags already, and that is absolutely impressive. 35 points in for Honda, and just 1 match have sent both Honda as well as Porza all the way up in the charts. While Frankie has to do a little bit more catching up. He's tied up with Porza on 31 points. Same goes to Stone. Imagine Stone. he was the one at number 1 when the day started off, and now midway through, we're starting to see those positions starting to slide downwards. MR5 chasing up alongside Rush, still around the regions of the 20th mark all the way to 30. We see more Brunei players in the form of Globals, Galaxy, as well as Kizo, while Jumper as well as Damru, so far they haven't really gotten big frags overall, which majority of the time when you look at their local league, they'll be able to do a whole lot. And we understand pressure is on, but it's been quite a while since any players here from Southeast Asia have stepped into a stage that's being set so grand here in Hanoi.
Yep, definitely loving how it is showing off and making the players feel even more into the mood when it comes to performance, because there are times when the camera actually shows into the player, you can see how close they are towards their phones, and this is the amount of focus that they are putting into when it comes to individual gameplay, because they can focus over in that area, plus the setup is already done for them, so all they got to do is perform their best, and really it's not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, and after all, we're talking about the best of the region in particular. So Southeast Asia definitely has so much to offer. And in such a game where consistency really pays off, you saw every game H2R took a lot of steps to climb step after step. It's not really how you start, but how you finish. So that was game 3, and it ended in the blink of an eye. Well, it didn't really take them 30 minutes to really close things off, though it was pretty close between some of these players out there. They will get another 2 chance for today and tomorrow. That's where it's a race for that gold medal here in the 31st SEA Games. And such a historic day. We really want to hear from all the players that have achieved greatness, and let's hear it from Team Laos.
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นที่ได้ที่ 1เพราะว่าเฮาแข่งกับระดับโลกแต่เฮาระดับประเทศน้อยๆที่เข้าร่วมได้เรารู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากที่ได้อันดับ 1ได้กินไก่เกมเมื่อกี้แล้วเราก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นที่เราได้กินไก่เพราะว่าเราเจอกับระดับโลกเยอะเลยเพราะว่าประเทศเราเป็นประเทศเล็กๆที่สามารถกินไก่ได้
Mình cảm thấy rất là hồi hộp và vui khi mà được thứ nhất và được ăn gà, đúng không? Trong từ ngữ này. Và cảm thấy rất tự hào vì là mình là ở nước Lào, một đất nước nhỏ bé mà bây giờ mình lại được giải nhất trận thứ 3 này.
He felt a bit nervous when he got the third victory game. He proud of Laos country, that is one of the smallest country in Southeast Asia. But he
Đến với SEA Games 31, bộ môn PUBG Mobile thì Poza đặt cho mình mục tiêu như thế nào?
Coming to participate SEA Games 31, what is your goal?
สำหรับ SEA Games ครั้งนี้คุณตั้งเป้าหมายสำหรับตัวเองยังไงคะ
ผมรู้สึกก็อยากได้เหรียญทองแต่ว่าถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากจะได้แค่ท็อป 5 ที่ดีที่สุด
Thực ra là mình mong muốn là được huy chương vàng, nhưng mà nếu mà có thể thì cũng muốn được trong top 5 là được rồi ạ.
Actually, he wishes to be the champion. I mean, he means to get the gold medal. But in fact, he wants to be in the order from 5 to 1. It's okay.
Cô ra rất là khiêm tốn. Không biết là với cái mục tiêu lớn như vậy thì bạn dành ra khoảng bao nhiêu thời gian để tập luyện cũng như là chuẩn bị trước thềm SEA Games 31?
With this target, how do you prepare before participating to SEA Games 31?
คุณใช้เวลานานไหมคะในการเตรียมเพื่อเข้าแข่งขัน
ประมาณ2 ประมาณ 2-3 เดือนได้
Mình đã dành ra khoảng tầm 2 đến 3 tháng để tập luyện trước khi tham gia SEA Games.
Wow.
It's been roughly 2 to 3 hours to play every day.
Wow, rất là nghiêm túc và chúc cho Goza sẽ giành được thật nhiều những chiến thắng nữa trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo của bộ môn cá nhân này. Và cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Còn bây giờ thì có lẽ chúng ta sẽ nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút trước khi đến với game thi đấu tiếp theo của ngày hôm nay. Đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé, chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded a rainbow. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livig themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livig map in Classic Mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General Improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic Mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tiger wins fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger wins fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve Battleground'dayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي من هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارضك كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, killed another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer red shot, inimigos diluindo. Olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Living, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumberyard has been upgraded to the new Logistics Center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena, so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban-pan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban-pan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information even if cheating software is used, it won't be able to retrieve the positional data of other players. They will be obscured by the Fog of War system and won't be able to see anything. In previous versions, the Fog of War system was launched in a limited capacity for testing to ensure that the feature had a high accuracy rate and low impact on actual gameplay. In Banpan 2.0, it'll be gradually integrated into the main classic mode to ensure a fair gaming environment for all players. In addition, we've also upgraded the Banpan system's AI by building various machine learning modules. It can detect a wide scope of suspicious player behavior and impose penalties accordingly. If a suspicious player is detected, they'll first be isolated to ensure that other normal players are not affected. Further analysis will then be carried out to ensure that accurate assessments and penalties are given to these players. The new AI will greatly improve the accuracy and coverage of cheat detection and safeguard the gaming experience for all players. For match reviews, we've added a new Eagle review system, and authority will be given to some senior investigators. They can monitor suspicious players in real time to give more accurate assessments on cheating during a match, work together with us to ensure a fair gaming experience for everyone. Finally, we've improved the UI and overall process for reporting cheaters and checking report feedback. It's now easier to report cheaters than ever before, and report feedback is updated quickly and efficiently. We believe that Banpan 2.0 will vastly improve the player experience by cracking down hard on cheaters and upholding a fair gaming environment for all.
Apart from the new implementations to Classic Mode and the security system, we've also been striving to provide more interesting and fun crossover content for players, and introduce more fresh elements into the world of PUBG Mobile. Next, we'll reveal the upcoming major collaborations this year.
In fact, besides our development team, our players and creators have also been a crucial part of the PUBG Mobile ecosystem. Because of everyone's remarkable creations, there's more exciting, diverse, and rich PUBG Mobile content within the game and community. Since the launch of Topia Design Project in 2021, we've held more than 8 global creation competitions and implemented more than 30 items designed by in-game players, but I'm sure everyone's craving for more. Therefore, to prepare a bigger stage to showcase the creative talents of our players around the world, we'll also reveal our new upgrade plan to you guys. What is the 4-year-strong PUBG Mobile? A top-level mobile battle royale released in over 200 countries? A phenomenal IP? A global social hub? Maybe it's all of these, but surely there's still more to go for PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile is now aiming to be a versatile game that incorporates and caters to everything. And a key step to achieving this is the Topia Design Project, PDP. For the new PDP, we plan to introduce an urban city block for players worldwide. We hope creative minds will collide and bring forth even greater content. Perhaps new characters to cosplay as, or new comics, or maybe lots of creative people of different industries will all create things for the game. The official announcement is coming soon, so we'll conclude with a preview video. Everyone, please look forward to it. Well, that's about all the main content we've got to announce for now. We'll continue to work hard and step forward together by continuing to implement optimizations and upgrades to bring you more interesting and exciting surprises. So please look forward to it. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livic, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livic's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livic is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livic, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards.
And welcome back. Oops. Sorry, Sis Jenny, I don't think I could hear you from here. Do you have yourself muted? Test. No worries. All right, so of course, welcome back to the 31st SEA Games that's hosted in Vietnam for 2021. And of course, my name is Contra, this is Sis Jenny, as we're going to bring you through our fourth match of the individuals category of PUBG Mobile. And this is the very first time that we are including PUBG Mobile in the esports category or esports division of the event.
Yep, and can you hear me, Contra?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It's great to have you back. So,
Well.
after a long break, have you managed to get yourself a good dinner for you? Because, like, I'm just hungry for more chicken dinners right here.
Well, I've got myself a snooze dinner for a while, but definitely hungry for a sandhog chicken dinner. Mm-hmm.
Well, I definitely do love myself some of that. And speaking of that, other than the chicken dinners, I'm pretty sure that you guys are hungry for your own chicken dinner. So why not explore around all these new modes? And we've got the latest Evangelion PUBG Mobile collaboration where you can battle with the Mecha Eva inside of Erangel. So there's a lot of cool stuff for you to check out inside of the game. And at the same time, I'm pretty sure that there's also a lot of cool skin lines that will go along in this journey as well. So keep your eyes on that as you enjoy some of your matches with your friends.
Definitely looking forward for the sci-fi team of Evangelion, and definitely looking forward for what is there up for us, and of course this important calendar, because why? This is the part where you can log in and redeem cool items that PUBG Mobile is currently giving out. From the 30th of May all the way till the 29th of May, we've got season reunion, so there's a lot of goodies up for grabs for you. Some of them you have to log in and just redeem, and while the others you got to do a little bit of surviving, eliminate, team up, and also online for 500 minutes, and you get something also for you. And I think that set, that particular toothpick swordsman set, it looks so cool.
Yes, indeed, and man, like, it's a little bit of like a fox going on and all kinds of armory. I absolutely love it. So I don't know where's the sword at, but probably hiding somewhere in the back pocket. So other than all of that, remember this, you can even get, like, I saw that Mini 14 skin right there. Hey, all this absolutely for free. Log in, redeem, as simple as that. You'll be able to spot it somewhere within the game client itself, so make sure you guys just go on to claim all this reward while it lasts. Remember, it's only till the 29th of May. And meanwhile, while you're hanging out here with me as well as Sis Jenny, you could also check out all the cool stuff that's going to be happening in Livik, because we got some brand new updates. I know some of you guys are crazy about football. This is the time to get kicking here in Livik. So let's Livik all day.
Yes, and this is one of the most conducive or saving time map that you would want to hit up, especially when you open PUBG Mobile, because it is definitely somewhere where you want to be, good places to loot, and plus all these new updates. I'm seeing Flying Fox, I'm seeing futsal. It seems like it's a fun fair, but at the same time, you are able to still do elimination, test your wits, be the best competitor in this classic match of Livik. So definitely something for you to look forward to besides just having to eliminate. There's other things that you can interact with over in Livik. Though that's not the only things that we have for you, because this one is definitely for those of you who are watching Southeast Asia SEA Games, and this is the voice pack that is up for grabs. But you need to complete daily missions to win some of these voice packs, and their faces are so familiar.
Indeed. And you know what, Jenny, I'm really jealous that we don't get our own voice pack. Like, wouldn't that be really cool? Like, I mean, I can basically get it all recorded. They can press that button, and hey, you know what? They'll feel like they're in an esports match. But I guess our voices are also kind of exclusive because we only appear in events. So, anyways, jokes aside, this is the SEA Games 31st anniversary exclusive rewards that you guys will have to claim it from daily tasks and mission. And once you do, it's all redeemable for free, and you get to choose which pro player pack that you want. And you know, that's as close as you get to UI if you've been dreaming to, you know, meet and greet him or even Ryzen. So this is that perfect opportunity where you can have them basically speaking straight to your heart. So Jenny, if you get to choose one player and one player only, whose voice pack do you want?
Nuzi. That's fast, isn't it?
Okay, that's pretty cool. But then, one question though. I heard you do understand or speak some Thai, so probably you get to understand what he says as well, right?
Yeah, because you know why I picked Nuzi? Because I never really heard him talking before, so I'm kind of curious on how he would sound like. I mean, I've heard Yuhai, I've heard Ryzen before, but not Nuzi. He's pretty much reserved, I would say. So I'm curious on how he sound like. But yeah, I can at least speak and understand a bit of Thai. But I'm just curious of Nuzi.
That's cool. Like, if I can't choose between two. Okay, if there's a Paraboy voice pack, it's a must get. I feel like that's definitely a must. But to me, I've met Luxy some time ago, and he's really a cool guy. We hung out for a little bit. Like, yeah, I kind of miss that fellow over there that's currently playing here in the third for SEA Games individual category as well. So yeah, if I could just say back to him, like, brother, you got this. Well, I hope to see him doing a lot more here on the remaining 2 rounds to wrap out the 5 games we have on day 1. And tomorrow is where it all draws up to a conclusion, as we've only got 10 matches of play to be wrapped up all in one to see who gets crowned as the victors of the PUBG Mobile individual category. And that's not all, Jenny. There's also the squad category. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on that.
So squad is a little bit, I would say, those of you who watched the tournaments before, it's similar, though we have 17 teams. So basically in the qualifying rounds, they have to get into top 16. So it's just one team that will not get lucky and will not make it to the next round. So on the 18th of May onwards, then you will get to see which are the top 16 teams who will proceed to the finals and the semi.
That's right, and that's going to be happening within the weekends as well. So we'll be eventually getting ourselves there in days' time. And after individual category, of course, day after tomorrow, that's where we have that qualifying round, I do believe. And we'll be able to see who makes it through. So for those of you who are currently tuning in, so make sure you all set your calendars, and we'll be starting from the afternoon all the way to the evening. So make sure you pop by when you do have the free time. And well, if you don't, just make time for you as well as your friends, so we can all catch it all together. Now, as we are preparing ourselves for Sanhok, so let's talk through the gameplays that we had thus far for the bigger maps. Arangel, a little bit of mix of passive as well as active gameplay that we've seen overall. In Myanmar, everyone just went hard on securing compounds, taking anybody at sight. Now, Sandhawk definitely is the change of pace as compared to the rest. So traditionally, says Jenny, on squad mode, first few phases of the circle, we don't see that much action. But now, solo Sandhawk, I think this is going to be a more brutal as compared to the Miramar match that we saw. Would you agree? Would you disagree? It's assumptions.
I definitely agree. It would be much more aggressive because I think some of these players, they are so used to play with a solo tournament in Sandhawk. I mean, it's relatively one of the smallest map when it comes to competitive, as compared to Living is more of, you know, where you play for classics. So I would say all of these players, again, these are not new players. Maybe one or two might be, but most of them have experience, and it's not you know, their first official big tournament. So when it comes to experience, definitely Sandhawk will be much I would say crazy and devastating for us to see, because it's something that they know by the books, and it's not like how Erangel or Imurama would have gone down. It will be something that probably we kind of knew it all that is going to happen. It's just on which country that will come out victorious from Sandhawk.
Yeah, and the fact that we brought out that there's so many vast differences when we compare two of these modes. Back in squad modes, we usually have a secure area to loot from, and this is every man for himself, and of course, women included, if they're also in the matchup. But when we take a look at the sort of looting style compared to squads, you can't exactly go in scavenging for those first aid, even if you want to play the healing game from the outskirts. So I think this is going to be a lot more challenging if you were to maybe just start off with maybe at max 3 packs or so. And you got to consider, you have to put in all the other inventories on board. So this shout-out match that we're diving ourselves into, this is going to be a heated match. And I want to see who, out of the many of these 51 players, will be headed directly to that boot camp to show that they are worthy to be crowned kings of this match.
Yep, definitely. I am also looking forward for that Contra. And in fact, this is at least the first map that we are looking into a flight route that is totally on the north side. In looking into the flight route, it went from all the way from Moknai to Camp Alpha. Well, at least, again, this is Sandhawk. We're going to see clusters everywhere, at least for areas whom usually we might see that they would roam around to get that extra med kits or first aids for them to play a little bit of the healing game. But interestingly, right now, this is individual. So I'm not sure if there is any healing games at all. But you know what? First blood already have went down to Noah. And it is around the areas of Quarry.
Wow, that's going to be a pretty tough place to be in, especially when it's also open grounds in the middle of the Quarry section. So you can see majority of all the other players that are around Quarry are at the outskirts instead of the direct pit where you see many of the weapons are located at. But take a look at the boot camp though. We got 4 players out there looking to farm out some points pretty early on, but not really getting into the thick of things yet. Meanwhile, Painan has 3 players, Paradise Resort only 2, while all the other camps, except for Camp Charlie, will be occupied. But this is where the circle will start to draw some lines here, where teams that are not inbound, they have to make their way quickly.
Definitely. And again, it seems like the circle's in favor of the flight route going towards the north side. So I think this might be quite okay, as I remember a few of these teams happen to go into certain drop spots, and I'm seeing similar players from each representative who are in each drop spots also. So basically, I think rotation wise, like I said before, it's by the book, something that they already kind of know what to expect, at least in Sandhawk. The only thing that they got to watch the 6, especially when it comes to the first few circles. And you know what? Sprays has already happened here from Ferrari to Frankie and doing a little bit of the jump shot coming down the hill.
Well, he just have to find a way to wiggle some room of his own. Well, those happy feet has been able to get himself back into safety. As we can see that Frankie is holding on to, I believe, an AKM, or it could be a S12K from that distance. I couldn't really tell. While McLaren has got the QBU exclusively available in this map itself. So the QBU goes for single taps. If you don't have scopes, it's going to be pretty hard to control, while Ferrari is going to be moving on the outskirts already, going with those quick loots, but he hasn't found any armory of his own. No helmets, no vests. This is pretty risky, and he's running out in the open. But thank goodness everyone else is occupied, so they will have enough time to get what they need in a few moments. Well, Snipe of Malaysia, he's definitely seen some great action and some slow-moving ones as well. And here, we're going to see perhaps a three-way battle between Red Face of Indonesia versus Frankie of Vietnam.
And again, these are areas of query, so probably they heard the gunshots around nearby and they decided to go into the target where they last heard the shots. So it seems like what Contra is saying, I am seeing a snake in the grass, and this is pretty smart for somebody from Indonesia to do that first, and that's Red Face. But Frankie, he's giving out his steps. He don't really care, but CQC first. Ozone goes back down to the lobby by Jumper, who's in the sniper tower, waiting for the right moment to come and do the CQC and managed to get elimination point.
Wow, that was a really close call though. Jumper was down to 20 HP left. One more tap would have actually done the trick, but thank goodness he survives to tell the tale. And on top of that, we saw he had a level 3 armor where he wheels on his vest, and of course he received a little bit of the headshot damage. I think that's where the majority of the damage have fallen true. So all he has to do, replenish that helmet, and he should be good to go. Take a look at that. Speaking of helmet, level 3 helmet for Ranked. So he's not going to be all too worried about those headshots, but he's just going to be lurking inside of the village huts once again, while Frankie on the corner of the map, though, we're believing that this is going to be by the very edge of the shorelines down in the south, so he won't be expecting any competitors to be around. A very safe option, but that also means that he's very far away from that circle. So if you were in the match, says Jenny, of course, it's hard to contend with all the rest, right? What would be the ideal spot to drop at, regardless of the circle?
I would go to cave, but you know what? Laren, he's showing off. He don't need anything. He's running with a DMR, and plus he don't have enough or good weapons to go with. But he's up for that 1v1. Look at how the mentality of these Vietnam players today. At least right now we're looking at the return fire, and Red Face is from the back, interfering. They make Laren with the QBU trying to land the shots.
And they've already heard those gunfire coming from the top of the hill. This is where they call off the battle. So it's not only a three-way battle between the players from Vietnam. There is also Red Faces outside of this compound. And on top of the hill, couldn't really spot him out, but Red Face, this is going to be a free pick. Can he get it, though? Yeah, and he's just going to line up. He's not exposing himself. It's MR5 on top of the hill. Thailand wants to chime in. And now he's got the machete. He's just going to be lobbing it into the window. Thank goodness nobody gets smacked with that. Laren forcing Red Face to take the fight. And yes, he will secure the point back for Team Indonesia.
Yep, and Laren, he didn't expect that to come in because I think he did not did great with the looting. At least he didn't have any time to do such. But he wanted to take the battle. I think he was ready to. He knew that there was two point of contact over in this area. There's more than one, though. Red Face actually get what he wanted to do. He came here to snake to get into at least just one elimination point, and he managed to do it. And you know what? He hasn't relocated yet. So he's gonna wait some more and probably and hopefully will get more elimination points as the waiting goes on.
But from this standpoint, Frankie's going to be waiting for even longer because he's not willing to take that risk. He doesn't really know whether if he's indoors or if it's going to be outskirts. So for now, Frankie, after winning one chicken dinner, you want to maintain that streak. And as for what we've seen with McLaren after the very first game and the second, things haven't really gone wrong, but Frankie's got to be able to bring 1 point of his own as he catches onto that lurking unit from Team Thailand, MR5 out of the game.
Oh dear. But yep, this is what we say when it is Sandhawk. It is time to do the snake. But of course, the grasses aren't usually green. It really depends on who will hit the shot first. Like what we saw earlier with Jumper, the fast reactions again one more time. And the only thing that is much trickier in Sandhawk is because, it's thicker and it's green, and you have a whole lot of high elements to play with, and a whole lot of trees for them to hide from one vision to the other vision. So it's all about who gets the first sight first, and when they do, they try to take precedence of it. As of now, we're looking into 3 different countries in one area, and this is the area where a lot of these teams, when they are playing squad, this is the place where they kind of collect that first aid kits. But so far right now, Sando here is still doing proning because probably he heard footsteps of Vico or Vitroy, which is around the area. We can see in the minimap very close to one another. Probably that's the reason why the 3 of the players right now, they are not moving as much.
Yeah, and it's always great to always be within the 4 walls of whichever region that you're currently taking, so long as it's within the circle. But if it's not, it's going to take quite a long while for you to walk all the way up north, which we have projected the circle to be somewhere in between the reaches of Hatim and even areas of Paradise Resort as well. Now, 2 Malaysian players, Rush as well as Frankie, will be cornering the sector where Rankit is currently at. He's navigating his way, still trying to stock up though. But as we have mentioned early on, first aid kits, they don't come by all too easily in the individual mode because A, we've already got many of these players looting up, and B, even if it does spawn, it doesn't come in a bundle. So you have to go buildings to buildings just to be able to secure a few. And you could evidently tell, Lambo, throughout the course of 10 minutes, he's only got 1 pack, and he's trying to survive with 35 bandages. It definitely isn't easy at all.
Definitely, they have to leverage the choices that they're making. Especially, we are looking something similar here. Although they are not as close to one another. In fact, it's at least about 100 meters. But they are so careful that a whole lot of them is proning even to the hills. We're looking into Potato here. He has a UMP, and if I'm not wrong, that's probably an N4. That's a good choice of weapon, at least to where he is right now. But a whole lot of them are so careful with their positioning and their steps, to the extent that I think it's going to be a little bit of a passive game when it comes to Sandhawk.
Oh, speaking of which, Alan finds a pickoff from the outskirts as he will take Brunei's Berrong out of the game. And right across Charlie, there's also another sort of pickoff. Rankit with the sharp shot. He caught Luxie in the vehicle. And Luxie went by with a bang.
Wow. But the choice for Rankit, he put up a suppressor such an early circle. So again, this is all really sneaky from the distance. At least we all know that this is one of the smallest map, and every utilities matters, including the vest, including the amount of pills that we are about to put in and recharge before that. And look at another sneaky move here by Frankie. And you know what? This is what we call revenge is not so sweet, because Frankie just spotted out Rankit, who kind of gonna do a little bit of the pick and scope. But Frankie will get to run in freely.
Yeah, a little bit of karma going on. He tries to get a vehicle of his own, and now he's stuck by the corner while he's going to be lobbed with a grenade coming in from Frankie. Frankie will be able to flush him off from that position, but Rankit, he still have a little bit more room to at least protect himself with, now hiding inside the smoke. AKM in hand. Goes for reload. 40 bullets in the chamber. Now he's going to be able to get that DPS shot! And Frankie fell flat to the ground. Did not expect this to end so swiftly.
Whoa, that was really a good choice of weaponry. I mean, he made it right. He was the one that was being under the spell initially, but Frankie probably was desperate to get into that vehicle. Maybe because the way Frankie plays lately, after the two games that we've seen, he has always been inside the circle. Well, at least the first few circles. But for now, we are seeing him outside. So it is important that he wants to get into the buggy. But that's aside, look into Kizo right now. Brunei Team 2, or Brunei 2 with the DBS getting ready to hit onto Honda. But again, all of them are hearing each other carefully to see on where the steps are headed to. And probably they will get prepared, try to return the fire. But right now, it's the blue. It's not that painful, but it's going to be painful the more you wait. The longer they are waiting right outside the blue, it's going to get further and further away, and it might be more painful for them.
That's true. Honda came out from the streak of success. Same goes to Porta, who's gotten himself that chicken dinner in the past round of Angle. These are the two players that have been able to show up big time back in match 3, trying to get another sort of iteration of the group round, as we are having some straight pickoffs coming from all corners of the map. Meanwhile, not too much from the north, though. This time around, Ferrari isn't having all too much of those sort of early contention as we've seen him go for the past couple rounds. Ferrari, the last I take note of his performance, 2 rounds in a row, goes out pretty early. And once again, that's where we see Laos having another good win, where Honda goes in with the DBS shot off of the camera.
Well, Contra, I spotted something interesting back in Hanoi. I did see that the players are staggered amongst each other, so they are not really seated right across, following by the countries. They are right, like I did see one Vietnam player and then right beside Malaysian player. So there's no way for them to know where exactly, even if they are from the same team. So this is really, really act of athleticism. You can really see on how they are really, they don't know exactly where the location of each players are.
That's true, and of course, that's the mark of sportsmanship as well. Choi comes up with another pick off of his own, secures his very first point, and I like that you bring that up. And when it comes down to all these Southeast Asian bouts, majority of the time, everyone will, of course, root for their home nation, and little do they know, as much as there's tense rivalry between storied teams out there, when it comes down to events like this, everybody technically is friends off of the game. And, usually they share knowledge among each other, and we've seen them taking pictures. I've seen online some of the friends I've added through my journey that happens to play in the SEA Games right now. They're having a fun time. Like, there was a picture with Microboy with the rest of Team Thailand, and the list goes on, right? Like, this is what I love to see when it comes down to what we call offline events. On-ground events like this really brings everybody together, disregarding wherever you're from. They're here because they're super passionate about the game, and they're so good at it.
Yeah, and definitely a little chuckle from me looking to these mermaids in the waters. They are swimming across, seeing each other, but who gets into the shore first will get the higher advantage to shoot and spray onto the enemy that he definitely see. I think King knows an idea. He definitely kind of already knew the fact that. How come he didn't know? Now this is a mistake indeed. He didn't check his bag while Galaxy was trying to make sure that he did not get him first. So,
Well, to be fair, nobody expects somebody else out of the water, but expect this, though. More DBS shots coming in away. X-Rush there with a point in, 0 with 1 as well, taking down Myanmar's Marnet. But, yeah, I thought that King would be a Poseidon ruling the 7 seas. And instead, he just got surprised at Bush. Same goes to Red Face here, setting one up. Takes down a player of the Philippines.
Here we go. And he is right now currently in the blue with 3 first aid kits, and just additional of the bandage kind of help him. So probably trying to make a bigger rotation, trying to get into the circle. We are going into the third phase, so circle is getting even smaller. 31 players inside, but Jumper already knew that. He smelled that from the distance. He's already marked the target and got one back to the lobby. So it's got Tuni there with Frankie. So these are the players that is remaining currently. 29 players for the third phase.
Well, Jumper definitely has a storied career, as he's participated in teams such as Yudu Gank, now known as Sem9, then previously in Team Secret, and currently the captain of Axis Red One, where they've been able to do tremendous effort to qualify into the C finals eventually. And Jumper, with his wealth of experience, he's finally showing up. Same goes to Honda here. And then this guy has been popping off every now and then on the feed. Now, Momboy is going to be searching for fishes in the water. Okay, there we go. And he has spotted out Zero, and there's no chance that Zero can fight back.
Uh-oh. Now I'm looking into a lot of players that is trying to come into the circle. I would definitely say this is a hard shift. Nuzi is probably one of the members that I would say is furthest right now that we can see in the screen. I think there is more that is in the blue, but probably they already know what to do. They want to find first aid kits. But there are players that is gatekeeping, players like Jumper, Newbie, Schwabs, Potato. Actually, there's a whole lot of them that is doing so. So they have to watch their six while coming into the circle. But there are players probably might just get a close sniff of that chicken dinner. Like Stalker from Cambodia, he's already in the circle and waiting for opponents to come by.
Yeah, and I saw that Porza was the only one in that small little island between that river. There's a 5% chance that the circle will still land on top of him on the next phase, but it's going to be pretty tough if it does shift away. Schweppes. Checking every single angle. This is how you really have to play the game, with a quick 360 view all across the map. Jaden has already marked Stone by that corner of the bridge. He's hiding on one of those broken vehicles, though. Galaxy, well, he has the DPS. He's trying to make his move into the water, trying to sneak his way out, and he knows somebody's on top of the bridge, so he's trying to get away from sight so that they're going to be out of their minds out there. Honda once more. Now he's going to be leading the feed here with 3 elimination points of his own. Stone, he's just going to play the healing game. He doesn't have a really good vantage point against those that are holding him back.
Uh-oh, but this is also troubling for Galaxy. If he pops his head anytime now, it could be a free elimination point for Stone because he's pretty much stuck. And I'm hearing sprays there and probably that Stone. And because it's true, because Galaxy just dive in a little bit deeper. He's trying to gas out for some air. But Porza, again, good decision making of a place where he wanted to be. And you know what? This might just be another one for him.
That's true. Meanwhile, we see Streps getting a 1 pick off as he takes out a player of Laos. Jaden still holding on to that sector while he heard those footsteps coming from Zeroza. The EBS definitely being so popular, as you can see. Shacks after shacks being cleared out by this artillery itself. Zero got decoyed with the smoke grenades, while Stone is slowly getting himself that perfect exit out of the bridge, while Galaxy survives the telltale. Here comes Jaden with a push. 360 spin, but that's one shot of the DPS. That's all that's needed. And Laos having Galaxy to get himself some great stars out of this. But Zero's he's got more fishes to fry. Galaxy is still hiding in the water. Did he get spotted out? I'm not sure.
He did. He definitely did. Because Potato definitely see him. That's because, but Potato don't have anywhere to linger or hang around first just to take out the weapon so that he can spray down Galaxy. But Galaxy is pretty much stuck. Though it could be a sense of survival if he can do a little bit of that survival game. But you know what? It's too early to say because he has already gone back to the lobby. And you know, the focus fire suddenly is going to the edges of the shorelines. Porza, again, being the person who kind of got into good spots here, although the circle is not on him right now.
Stone with so little HP bars left. It's going to be Zeroza that gets picked off. Porza with the perfect vantage point. Goes in for that double pick off. But it's gonna be Stone that will still be taken out by the play zone. He couldn't make it in time. Now there's only 60 players left. Now that's gonna be 1 sec on the other corner. Myanmar surviving after a flurry of shots being fired by Porza, but from above, it will be Momboy from the cliffs. So it's gonna be pretty hard for them to find a little bit more wiggle room. Jumper still survives, has 2 frags of his own, but nobody has been able to challenge Honda as he's still the record holder here with 4 points.
It seems like that. And now, yeah, 5. Probably he is the person who is currently on top of a vantage point, because right now the circle seems to go on a hillside, and the people that has vacate that area or taken over that place will be lucky enough. And look at Schwabs, they're already seeing one in the target, trying to cook that grenade nicely, and poop, surprise, surprise.
Perfect.
There you go. 1 confirm elimination point in the back.
Yeah, sneaking it out, and he's going to cook another one to drop it right on top of Noir 7. It's not going to be a good angle for him to get anything done, but he's going to be able to hold back Noir, at least with the smoke grenades instead. Now he goes in for some quick restock, smart measures coming out of the Thai player overall. Schweppes quickly navigates his way, going to be popping more and more of the smokes. He knows that he needs to dash his way into the next section, but Noir is the threat that's going to be lurking from behind. He's going to be moving into the buggy. This time, he will move out of the crosshair into the other line of fire. Instead, Stalker charges him with a couple of all these shots. Stalker, known to wield AKMs really, really well, but instead this time, he will be able to get himself that M4. And everyone's just hugging tight by the edges here, while the circle once again shift to the top of hill. Like you said, the ones with the vantage point here should be able to reap the rewards.
Yep, and I wonder who is in the pinnacle part of that hill. Though Swaps did something very smart there. He actually lured out or wanted to know exactly the position of Noah. He threw the smokes and he managed to get the position, and he managed to eliminate Noah while making his way into the circle. So that's definitely very smart, and we can see the skill sets here. Though right now, nobody is at the pinnacle point in the center of the hills. As of now, a whole lot of them are on the edges of the hills.
That's true. And as we take a look at the current scenario, we have 5 different nations contending for that chicken dinner. Each nation only having 1 representative left, as these athletes are in a really tight spot. It's only a few meters away for them from one another, while Jumper, he's being pretty intelligent about the current scenario. He knows that if he were to move in the circle, he will get picked off early. Lambo this time will catch onto Stalker as he moves out of the HUD and straight into the frying pan. 2 for Lambo this time around. Goes in with the quick peeks, but here comes the exchange coming from Sweps.
Yep, now we can see how are they going to move in using their skill sets, using a whole lot of experience here, and game instincts plays a big part right now because the grasses are thick and they are going uphill. Nobody knows exactly where they are. They can just do it by game instincts and listening to exactly where the throwables might be headed to. And players are so close to one another, actually. This is less than 50 meters apart just because of the hillside. The terrain is a little bit tricky, but then again, everybody is trying to head into the pinnacle.
That's true. Lambo, though, his body edge, and he's slowly bleeding out as well. There's not too much of a safety room, but he will make it in time. Perfect for phase A. There's only 40 seconds on the clock. Jumper now going up close and personal. He is just close to Schweppes, but he has no clue at all. He points in for Monboy as well as Schweppes. Lambo as well as Jumper trying to catch up as well. He has already cocked up the grenade. That also alerts Schweppes. I think he knows right now. He heard a little bit of that sort of movement inside the grass. A Jumper finally takes down Schweppes. Good chance for Malaysia to secure their first chicken dinner. The same goes to the Philippines as well. Momboy representing. And these players have met each other before in Southeast Asia Championships back in the days. Momboy definitely had some outstanding record. Same goes to Lamborghini. Now he's going to be having a couple nades to cook up, but he has No vision of anybody in sight. It's just going to be utility usage from all three players, except for Momboy. He just wants to camouflage his way. Now he's running across, and he spots a Lambo. It's Malaysia versus the Philippines. Now they've spotted each other out. Jumper is still lurking inside of the grass. 3 points in from both ends. And now Momboy makes it 4. Can he close it with the 5th? Jumper drifting to his left. UMP on both ends. And he's hiding by the tree. Momboy has already lost sight. This is advantage going over to Jumper. So he's going to be crawling all around. Jumper looking for that finishing touch. Still not willing to stand up. Momboy holding the right position. The crosshair is a little bit off, but that will make do. So long as Jumper or Momboy stands, they will know. Now, smoke being thrown right smack in the middle. Momboy stands up. This is going to be really risky. Same goes to Jumper. He's spraying through the smoke. And Jumper gets the chicken dinner for Malaysia.
That was really a smart gameplay by Jumper. You did see that composition happening. It was like a story, you know. He put out the smoke to set a trap because he already know, hey, I have a tree that I can play behind. That's gonna lure Moonboy to come out because thinking that, hey, he can't see the tree that I'm seeing. So really smart thinking skills by Jumper. So he thought about it, he cooked up a story, and we saw all the ending, and it's really nice. Beautiful ending.
It's not only nice, it was that perfect setup out of Jumper. He's been waiting for this moment, and you saw the moment when the smoke started to come off, he sprayed right through it. And with that sort of damage that has connected, usually it will give you a rough idea where the enemies are at, and therefore Jumper made that 1v1 outplay to secure the first chicken dinner for Malaysia in the 31st SEA Games in the individual PUBG Mobile division.
Yep, definitely. Perfect one for Jumper. He knew what to do. He got into the circle, tried to eliminate players as he sees them coming in. At the same time, he keeps himself concealed and creates stories as he goes. So definitely, I kind of like that ending on how he kind of perfected, how he want to polish the ending. I mean, he could just stood up and do a CQC, but no, he wanted to like, you know what, let's use a little bit of my utilities. Took out the smoke, create a story, and he actually sprayed through the smoke, and so he was listening to the steps of Moonboy and kind of predicted, okay, so he's gonna come here. So we really see a lot of skill sets coming out just now.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, I've mentioned about his storied career of having so many of all these trophies back at home. Like, if he can consistently put out finishing touches like this, he might just actually bring one back for Team Malaysia. I could say the same for Stone, McLaren, and so many more of these players, but it's a tough contention. As we saw earlier rounds, back in round 1 all the way up to round 3, Jumper was nowhere to be seen, but Sandhawk is definitely his turf, where we saw that he has mastered it back in the days of Axis, Red 1, and also many of all the other teams that he has played with, and he is starting to show his true colors here on the grand stage. We saw him etching his name on that pen and paper. So I guess those are the book of the victor. So let's see who will be up next to be able to sign their name on that sheet of paper. So with that being said, Jenny, I think like Santa overall had a little bit of a mixed bag of offerings where early on, sure, there was a few pickoffs and like a 4-way battle in between. We got that bridge fight happening with Stone trying to survive by the edge of it. And I just love how certain players just know it all, knew what exactly to do in every point of the moment.
Yep. Cherry on the top, and definitely agree with you that Contra. We did see a lot of different not different gameplays, but application of them using the terrain. So a lot of these players are showing that, hey, they did homework, they know this area very well, because it's different execution if you were to compare on how they play with Miramar and also Erangel. A whole lot of them was already proning at the first few circles because they're taking advantage of that camouflage, at least using the tall grasses, and they try to approach slowly. I mean, if you were to do that in Miramar, it's not possible, but because the players, most of them have that same mentality, it's because of the experience that they have already bring in with them on top of this SEA Games. So these are the kind of athletes that we're looking at that is playing in Hanoi right now. It's not just any Tom, Dick and Harry. It's someone who has already created that characteristics in them to play this game called PUBG Mobile.
That's right. And Jenny, I believe that we're going to be going through a lot of all these stats, but let's start with the MVP. I think no questions asked. It was Jumper all along with the best performance in this match, which I thought that it's going to be more than 4 eliminations. It felt like that, but hey, 4 is better than what I've actually assumed so far. And you saw how he maneuvered across all these battles. He outsmarted his opponents with his wits, and by the end of it all, Team Malaysia 1 will have Jumper to secure themselves their very first chicken dinner. Well, of course, survival time is at the maximum as we have expected with every single chicken dinner winner. When it comes down to damage output as well as longest elimination points, it seemed like 4 is the magical number that we're looking at throughout the day.
4 is a magic number, and it's definitely a magical thing for Malaysian right now. This is probably something that they would feel like, hey, you know what, we want a piece of this, because we all know, we watch the tournaments, especially for those of you who have been watching, but it's okay for those of you who haven't been watching. One of the teams, I would say the countries that usually have a constant battle is Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, actually a whole lot of them. So this is the part where, you know what, they feel like this is the time where they rise up to the challenge, and they are going to show that this is also how they play when they kind of rotate through into Sandhawk. Because I don't think it was a smooth gameplay for Jumper. He kind of struggled through. He was at the sniper tower. I mean, come on, what are the odds for someone to survive after a fight over in a sniper tower? Right, Contra?
True enough. Right, it definitely was pretty challenging, but we have to take a look at the standings here. Jumper sits at number 1, while Momboy got himself similar points, but on 2nd place as well. Lambo on 3rd, as we have Schwebs on 4th place for Team Thailand. More and more names coming up from Team Laos. As you saw, Hana was the one with the highest ranks of 5 elimination points, with 15 to book out with. Noir 7 with 14. Stalker had finally found his footing as he finished off 7th place. And there's also plenty more Malaysian players that are popping up here onto the top 20 mark. Snipes on 8th, 11th for Damroot, while X-Rush on the 20th spot. And a few players from Myanmar definitely stood out in this battle, where we saw 1sec as well as Sando doing quite a number throughout Sanhok.
Definitely. And we are seeing a difference in a sense of elimination, more towards a passive gameplay, because like we all know, it's pretty packed into a small, tiny map, and they have to make their rotation nicely, especially coming into that circle. It was going onto an uphill. So anybody decides to throw any throwables or sprays, they will get their heads turning to all the other opponents that's around the area. So it's really, really a safe gameplay. At the same time, they have to watch the 6.
Yeah, and judging for the fact that this has the lowest the sort of elimination distance that we've seen, it's 44 from Jumper, and you expect every other player to have close proximity fights overall, because Sanhok is such a snug map where everything is so close to each other, everyone's close to each other, and therefore all these casualties in the early game that we've seen, and of course most of them are just out of not being all too wary of their surroundings overall. And even the best players out there, Pure 11, Yuhai, didn't really have a smooth run, and here we go, head to head. We're going to compare Jumper to Honda, who both perform exceptionally in Sanhok.
This is really nice to see the numbers that are very close to one another. We got 5 eliminations for Honda because he has a good spot. While I would say he he managed to spot a lot of opponents that was coming towards him. So that's the reason why he managed to get the elimination points, although the damage was not as much because he don't really have to do a lot of work in order for him to take on the opponents that is about to come to him, as compared to Jumper.
DPS one taps too.
Yeah, of course. And Jumper, he just probably make a few ones in the first few entrants, and he rotates as we go. So basically, he's on the move, and probably that's the reason why we are seeing one of the highest damage received, at least in Sandhawk, 231. So he did quite a fair battle, I would say.
Indeed, they did. And of course, these are your outstanding players of the match. We have Honda here, who has the highest elimination points, though he did not survive till the very end, where we have already mentioned a whole lot about Jumper. Had to also talk about Bomboy, who have been able to pick many of these players off from the shorelines, and Schweppes here with that 304 points of damage being dished out throughout this course of the match, where Schweppes was definitely taking charge of the entire sector until he was eliminated. And look at the nades used. He's used a total of 6 nades. Honda says, nah, I'm not going to need any of all those smokes or any sort of vision control. He's just going to wing it, and he still managed to really do a splendid work throughout the course of the battle. So with that being said, I believe that does sum up majority of what we had here in Sandhawk. Now, I really do wonder what Jumper has to say later on, because this interview is going to come up, and, well, there's still one more map to go for all of the 51 players that will be playing throughout day 1 of the individual matchup in the PUBG Mobile category, of course, as we have the overall standings right before your eyes.
Ooh, and look at that. Honda taking control at number 1, H2R at number 2 from Philippines. So basically, we don't really see them winning a whole lot of chicken dinner, but because of consistency every single round, with the rank points, meaning the survival rate and the elimination points that plays a part, pushing them higher and higher into the top. And look at that. We are looking into Honda, who had 0 chicken dinner, similarly to H2R and Gutsani. So that itself says a lot of things. They know their map well. They hit the target on time with the right timing. So that itself pushes them up all the way up there. And it's not really key for them to get that chicken dinner, because it seems like if they have it, it's like cherry on the cake, or sugar icing on the cake. Sorry, it's a lot of things on the cake, isn't it? But yeah, if you want to put that, it will be a bonus for them.
That's true. Majority of the Laos players are currently sitting from top 1 all the way up to the top 20. Meanwhile, we have Jaden trying to play catch up here. The rest of Indonesia are also trying their best to move up those spots. We have Raimon here with 23 points, tied with Brunei's Ribanly, while Sandos comes in with 22, as Damert as well as Frankie all share the same points, along with Monboy as well. Well, as we rapidly sift through all these standings, we're currently seeing at the bottom few pages, sure, they may be having maybe double-digit or even single-digit of points. Remember this, 1 chicken dinner is all it takes for them to shoot it all the way up to the top 20 mark and eventually work their way into the top 3, and that's where they could keep their eyes on the medal. Or they could basically smell if it's the chicken dinner is coming pretty close. Like, if you secure 3 chicken dinners, I would say that is a surefire way to win the entire tournament here at the SEA Games.
Yeah, definitely, at least for the individual matches. So the heat is definitely up. We are left with only 1 game today, 5 more to go tomorrow. So it's really all about if there's somebody who gets a back-to-back chicken dinner. I mean, as of now, we already have 3 chicken dinners that 4 chicken dinners for different individual players. If one of them managed to get another one, then it will be a clear cut. We would know who is the potential player that might bring in that victory. So although stakes are high, and Circle, I would say it's not that tricky, but it's all about the rotation. But you know what? Jumper is ready to give us some interview. Let's hear what he got to say.
Thành viên đã xuất sắc giành được winner chicken dinner trong trận thi đấu vừa rồi. Và ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với Thỏ Trang phỏng vấn anh ấy một chút nhé. Xin chào Jumper, đầu tiên thì xin được chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc. Jumper thân mến, đây là một thể thức thi đấu khá là khó khi mà xung quanh chúng ta luôn có rất nhiều địch. Vậy thì bạn tự tin bao nhiêu % có thể chinh phục được tấm huy chương vàng của SEA Games?
Congratulations to Jumper. First, we have a question for you. So, as we know, this type of game quite difficult. So, how many percent do you believe you can get the gold medal?
Untuk saya solo kategori sangat susah untuk menang dan saya letak untuk memenangi gold medal hanyalah 50% sebab dia adalah ikut atas survival skill dan luck.
Okay, so basically the solo category is quite hard because all the player join the solo category is have a skill to survive longer in the game, and he only put 50% for the chances to win because he never underestimate other player.
Jumper có nói rằng là ở thể thức solo thì đây là một thể thức rất là khó, bởi vì là mỗi vận động viên đến đây họ đều có những cái skill rất là riêng để tồn tại trong khoảng thời gian dài nhất. Để nói về cái tỷ lệ giành chiến thắng của bạn ấy thì bạn ấy nói rằng là bạn ấy tự tin khoảng 50%. Bạn ấy không đánh giá thấp bất cứ một đối thủ nào, nhưng mà với khả năng của bạn ấy tin rằng là có trên 50% khả năng bạn ấy sẽ giành huy chương vàng.
Khá là khiêm tốn và cũng một chút tự tin ở đây nữa. Không biết là Jumper đã thi đấu online như thế này nhiều chưa? Và với việc là thi đấu online như thế này thì có khiến cho bạn cảm thấy áp lực hay không?
Do you play the offline frequently or not? And then the other question is, how do you feel about the pressure when you play offline?
Untuk bermain offline, saya lebih banyak lagi untuk bermain offline daripada online. So, suasana untuk offline adalah bagi saya menyokong dan environment lah, sekeliling.
Okay, so he's play more often offline tournament than online tournament, and the pressure is about the crowd. We have a crowd watching us playing, and environment. We have a player, our enemy next to us, so that might be put a little bit of pressure, but it's still under control.
Jumper có trả lời rằng là anh ấy thường xuyên thi đấu offline nhiều hơn là online. Cái áp lực mà anh ấy phải đối mặt khi mà thi đấu offline đấy là đám đông và khán giả xung quanh. Kèm theo đó là những đối thủ thi đấu của anh ấy thì lại ngồi cạnh anh ấy. Đấy là một chút áp lực mà anh ấy gặp phải.
Một chàng trai có rất là nhiều kinh nghiệm và có lẽ với chiến thắng vừa rồi thì bây giờ Jumper đang rất là tự tin rồi. Cảm ơn Jumper đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này và chúc cho bạn cùng đội tuyển Malaysia sẽ có được một tinh thần thật tốt để có được kết quả cao trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo nhé.
Thank you for joining the interview. So with you got the good result in SEA Games. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Các bạn thân mến, và bây giờ mời các bạn khán giả sẽ cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay, đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhé.
Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livic is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lobster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livic, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livic. The official version of Livic has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livic, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livic's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion-themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded a rainbow. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecanımı takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedolgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت كل الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك بي واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu esquad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter crise, respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer, red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mui cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine ca de pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden olur.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year.
And here we are at the 31st Southeast Asian Games that's hosted in Vietnam, as all the players are currently situated in Hanoi. Now we're down to our 5th game and the final one for day 1. Tomorrow we'll continue from the 6th game all the way to the 10th game to ensure that out of the 51 players, 3 of them will be glorified with the medals all wrapped around their necks. And with that being said, of course, my name is Contra. This is Jenny. We have to give thanks to all the ones involved that have been able to put up such a great show. Of course, we give thanks to VNG Games, Crafton, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, Quad Videos, and everybody behind the 31st Sea Games of Vietnam. And says Jenny, well, I think we've come a long way, and there's a lot of milestones that we have achieved so far.
Yes, and one of it is this. With the 5K viewers all the way to 10K, you are going to hit the milestones together with us and then get your prizes. So prizes to be won, there are so many except for Ryzen and Yuhai, of course. Just kidding. But yeah, they are part of the image. So maybe people might think like, hey, you might get them. No, you won't get them. But you would get combat diver suit, bathrobe in pink, rose backpack, nutcracker pen, and torn rose crowbar. So these are up for grabs when you hit the milestones with us. And of course, let's Live It all day, because I love to play Live It for a short gameplay. And after the update, we've got futsal. So I did manage to get a glimpse of the clip earlier. There is really futsal. So you guys can take that huge ball and try to hit into that goalpost.
That's right, and after the 4th anniversary update, there's so many exciting things that are happening around Livik, and on top of that, not only Livik has so many of all these fresh new stuff, I think back in the classic map of Angle, there's also a whole lot more, but of course, let's Livik all day, because like you get those fast games, you're tired of waiting around in Myanmar for your chicken dinner, wait no further, just hit over to Livik where you can get the ball running, and here we go. As we are getting ourselves ready. Within less than a minute, this is where it will all end in day 1. It will continue on tomorrow for match 2. But we've last saw a whole lot of players getting high number of elimination points inside Myanmar. I believe it will happen again, says Jenny.
Yep, definitely. And I kind of feel that Philippines want a chicken dinner really bad, because you can see in the overall scoreboard, H2R took place in the 2nd position without a chicken dinner. So hopefully this last match will finally be Philippines chicken dinner. But then again, it's open to everybody. It's just that everyone else in the top 5 already gotten themselves a chicken dinner, at least a country. But Philippines have yet to get it. But they are in number 2. So, I think it's time.
Well, whether or not if they get a chicken dinner, you have H2R currently being somewhere within that region as well, trying to get himself that medal instead. If you could get the medal without chicken dinner, that is definitely one of the most miraculous ways to actually close the tournament without even winning off a game. But that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. There's so many factors involved that you could still win by the end of the 10 matches. So without further ado, let's hop right into Myanmar, as this is match 5 of the 31st SEA Games, Vietnam 2021. As it flies through from the eastern corner all the way up to La Corberia.
And every one of these players, at least for now, already have taken a lift down from the plane. Probably a few of them headed towards Los Leones, Impala, and La Corberia is still up for grabs for any teams. But you imagine if the circle did not go into the flight path, it might be another cause of a different kind of rotation for teams who are, not teams, but players who are in the north side. So it might be troubling for them to go to have that U-turn involved for the players who are involved. But you know what? First flight has already been taken by Stalker from Cambodia. And I think he is somewhere in Impala or somewhere around this area. Probably the first few players who have already alighted down from the plane.
That's true, as we have a little bit of a duke out by the corner of Hacienda del Patron. Majority of the players are also situated into the central region, where for most part, we see a whole lot of flock of crowd that's currently residing over in the northern section, and St. Martin is going to be that golden spot for them to be able to catch a glimpse of everyone surrounding the vicinity. While we have some other players who are also playing by the outskirts, we see Snipes as well as Brunei players, Global being on that northwestern corner map by the edge of ruins, which honestly is tough to actually get loot from. And speaking of which, Kizzle of Brunei lands the first few shots with the Thompson that's in hand.
That's definitely an eagle eye. He spotted the enemy quickly and took him down immediately. He didn't even have the chance to pick up something that he saw right in front of him for the opponent, unfortunately. But that's what we get when we have athletes like this playing in the same lobby, in the same area, and they are in the same country. They are all in Hanoi right now, in that huge, amazing stage. And the pressure is on, definitely, knowing that this is the last map of the day. So they have to do everything to step it up. And plus, this is mine and Contra's favorite for now, at least for individual when it comes to the map in Miramar.
Yeah, and when it comes down to close matchups like such, it's going to be hard to tell who's going to be able to be victorious by the end of each respective round, where we've seen some really great plays coming from players like Honda of Team Laos. We've also had great players of Team Vietnam who's had great start to today, and we're still hoping to see more out of it. Lambo, speaking of which, will challenge McLaren for some reason. These two are about to meet up, and Lambo this time gets the reversal, takes down McLaren.
I really like how he was disciplined enough to wait and just make sure that he did not budge at all and just immediately just praise. And you know what, McLaren, he was on fire, definitely wanting to return more fire, but not for this game at least. He would have to return back later. Now with the DMR on the distance, trying to take down Thailand's Newsy. Tap, tap, tap. He definitely get the signs of the damage, but he will try to flee through the hills. Right now, shifting gears towards green over in Hacienda. Oh, wait, where is this? This is the Vel.
Yeah. Well,
Something the
might
Vel.
be Crucival. I believe it's Crucival on top of the hills, where we will have a player that's going to be waiting right down below, and that's going to be MR5. Back in the days, he used to be called Maroon 5 early on in his career. And Mr. 5 sounds just about right, whichever way you want to call him. Snipes will be taken out by the Brunei player. I believe that's going to be Globals inside of Ruins much early on. As we spoke of the place when we first started off with the flight path, it definitely is pretty tough to get out of that corner of the map, and the likelihood of the circle to ever reach that part of the map is close to 3%, and that's very, very low. Now here comes Zero, though. He brings in the UMP, gets some beautiful shots as he tries to land all these over the top. Now hooks up with Brunei. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch him off guard, but Zero, sorry, he got those angles covered up. Great repositioning, though, from the other end, as there's going to be a little bit of a tussle, as they're all on the lower side of the floor. Zero still wrapping things around. Got those shots coming in this way, and we're going to see whether or not can Zero make the trades happen. Still a little bit of a merry-go-round for both ends. Zero's instead will get himself into another tight angle. Well, 2 zeros, what does it add to? None. But one of them will turn it to 1. I guess that rhymes, but rhyming may not be the best sort of factor for them. 1 HP left. Zero's up. He's still alive.
The heat. He's playing cat and dog. Definitely Zero from Cambodia wants a piece of meat from Zero. Probably this is, you know what? What are the odds? They're having the same name, and these two are playing cat and dog, chasing one another. It's all about from the side angles. This is smelling not really great over here, but I think it is all about patience. They have to rebuild everything again, do a little bit of reset. Probably this is what Zero from Laos is trying to do, giving a little bit of that room to do a little bit of the reset and give some ample space to see each other once again.
That also tells that they are both equals when it comes down to handling 1 versus 1 scenarios. So far, both managing to survive for quite some time. A lot of damage being dished out between the two. Zeroza knows that he's over on the top corner of the building, so he's not going to be making a move inwards. Instead, he's waiting for him to search around, and maybe that's going to be that perfect area for him to basically get a good catch off of Zero of Cambodia. I know it gets confusing. We're going to get used to it. And as it stands, It's still a truce for now, while we still have 43 other players, or minus this 2. We're going to have other 41 players still making their way around. Zero does spot another from the outside. 1 sec! The casualty of this, man, he hasn't even arrived, and look at how quick Zero is.
Yep, he's definitely trying to intimidate. But with that high angle vantage point, definitely Laos Zero knows what it meant by resetting. He needs that reset in order to get himself composed, return the fire, but definitely it was a good match. Zero from Cambodia tried his best, but that's not the end. There's still tomorrow, guys, and he has been showing us a good show, a sense of gameplay, and he's so determined when he wants something. We can see that in him when it comes to athletic skill sets. Right now, we're looking to Ferrari, who is probably doing a little bit of the looting, having himself equipped with a Scar L. I'm not sure if that is an M16. It seems like it. For now, a whole lot of these players are just doing a little bit of the looting, trying to recuperate each other's bags. But right now, I think Schwabs has already spotted, if I'm not wrong, that's Zaxi from Indonesia, Team 2.
Wow, Zuxi. Well, Luxy, he gets taken out instead, as he will be having some flurry of bullets sent this way as he jumps outwards, though. Meanwhile, Honda has been staying pretty quiet as he's holding on over on this compound. We really want to take a look at the minimap on how many players have already reached the set area, as we're also having a glimpse of Honda playing so well through the tournament. And despite not having a pro league back in Laos, as they've mentioned before, Laos being what is a smaller sized nation, have been able to really show such a strong composure in this tournament. I believe that they have a lot to prove, not only in the individual stages, but also in the squad matchups that is to come in within a few days. Majority of players have made it into the circle. But once again, Laos players are definitely a great sort of players to actually keep our eyes on. So we'll just have to see, can they get more in Myanmar?
Yeah, man, and talking about this is so much of the stick that you're taking. Stalker trying to do a lot of ways, trying to keep that distractions. At the same time, he's trying to do all these troubles, trying to lure in or at least show the sights of where he already seen the opponent before that. But you know what? Let's keep into Got Tuni currently, who is, if I'm not mistaken, this is Picado. I think he has this area all by himself. But we are back with Porsche, and I think this is Stalker who has the vantage point and managed to get that lure in because he did throw the troubles and now getting the opponent close by, and he will get himself 2 elimination points.
That's right, Stalker, the pride of Cambodia. He's definitely one of the hot favorites out of the nation to win the entire tournament. We finally get him in the best of rhythm, starting off with 2 elimination points. And he's just riding around with the Golden Mirado, which is honestly pretty rare in the entire map. Usually there's only like 1 or 2 that's laying around in the city. As we are having him. We're on the top side of the hill. And speaking of the top side of the hill, it's Rush that will deplete Ozone as he tries to drive up the hill with the pickup truck, not having enough speed. And even if he does, how could you run away from the M249?
Yep, and he is still playing almost the same kind of skill sets that we seen the Miramar earlier, lingering in the vantage point, the pinnacle sides of the slope, waiting for opponents to come in. But right now, the zone has come into the second phase, which is not as painful, but he will get whatever he needs from the crate. Shifting back into Ranked Philippines now. I think a whole lot of them wants, at least for the Philippines crowd, they want a chicken dinner for Philippines. So this is a time where we maybe might see them determined to get a chicken dinner, so as all these other nations, but they are so close, but yet it's just so close. It's not so far, but it's coming in. It's coming in. It's there. It's there.
Yeah, just got to be really patient with that, though. Very wrong. Now, getting a little bit of a glimpse of some movements as Schweppes is hiding over onto the lower section of the hills, having a little bit more of the boosters that he can work with the energy drinks, but he's got that buggy. He's just going to swerve off of this area and go unnoticed this time around. Circle's a little far away from where Schweppes needs to be. And if he dives directly in the center, you've already seen the minimap. It's all crowded up. So the best way forward is to stay by the edges once you reach to the circle and hope not to get caught. Because currently, there's not too much info, but he's already heard those roaring of the engine, and he will go in for the challenge, pushing right through. Let's see if he's going to be able to push one up. Here comes the spray. Schweppes will be able to take out a player of Indonesia. And look at how calm and composed the player of Thailand is. Schweppes didn't even bat an eye. He walked in the open while he was driving.
Yep, he's definitely hungry for that. So confident with the angle and the kind of weaponry he chose in. And true enough, he managed to get with that one elimination point. Now Redface having to stand off with Cambodia, one of the players that is currently in the building. Now going in circles, at least for now, throwing troubles, trying to get the confusion for Stalker to try and find the trails of these footsteps. But you know what? Redface is not going to make it as easy. He's going to play outside first, getting confused with the footsteps. But Stalker is not going to get himself nearer. In fact, he's shifting himself a bit further away, but that grenade just came right smack to where he was. So engagement wise for Redface, he already knew exactly where Stalker is.
Done a tremendous job so far. He's already got 2 frags. Now it's not only one player that's around the corner, it's 2 that he has to deal with. So even if he won't get this battle against Redface, eventually they will have to prepare for another one by the corner of this power plant. Redface still has another frag grenade. He's going to be able to lob it right into the corner, trying to squeeze it through those windows as he does a chunk of damage, pushes right through, hides behind the door though. Stalker's still alive, but how much longer can he take? Tries to jiggle it all off while he will try to run across, and just in the nick of time, he gets away, but Redface continues to chase. And let's see, can Stalker stop him right on his track? Goes in for the drop shot. Redface pulls it in. Oh, Stalker is out of the game. Redface still getting a little bit of chase here, though. Well, actually, those were just bullets from his own chamber. Celebrate those small little victories in the early phase of the game.
Wow, that's definitely a pressure for Stalker. He did not expect that grenade. He was dodging quite a few, but you know what? Yuhai here is about to take a CQC underneath in the same building, and they're really looking into trigger fire with Beckham. Beckham is chasing up Yuhai. Yuhai is struggling to do a little bit of that healing, but it's not possible for him. Sprays are still coming. Pressure fires are coming in now. Molotovs are being tossed in, and you know what?
no.
Beckham is on
Caught
fire
himself on fire.
He's on Molotov.
No, just a little bit of mishap going on, but now at least he could at least keep himself back into the composed state. Beckham's still alive. He does have a few of all these painkillers that he could actually work with. Wrapping himself up with a couple of bandages and also setting himself with that energy drink. He's all good. So now it's going to be a little bit of round 2. Jumper will catch Cold with a beautiful grenade while Barong was too far away. He's going to be taken out by the blue zone. Well, Beckham, he missed his window. Yuhai's on the other side. So, nothing too much right over there, but Frankie! Oh, one more bullet would have taken Beer 11 out of the vehicle.
Yeah, Beer 11 just cruising around, and now he has to find a place or seek refuge to do a bit of healing. But now the battle is still not the end for Yuhai and Beckham. They have to get to the circle. Circle is going to come in, touch it into the ages of Picado. But these two, they are not going to call it off. They're still going to try and find each other. Yuhai with the pre-shots and not getting the damage at all from Beckham. Yuhai needs to find a place to do a little bit of the healing, but he is not going to pull down. He will try to be determined and show off that he can take this down by himself, even though his life is super low. This is really between the skill sets of Yuhai and Beckham, and Beckham is trying to run away because of his life here, trying to find that space to do a little bit of the healing. Still on searching one another,
Yuhai!
But that is a beautiful shot, aiming to the ground. He already knew that game instinct that he's going to lie down.
Oh my goodness, there's more trouble for Yuhai. He's out in the open, and the Blue Zone's also taking in. Raimon all the way from the top of the hill. There's no place safe for a Malaysian player that's been able to clutch an almost impossible moment. You saw Yuhai was less than 50 HP when he was pushing forward. And Beckham, he played that out so well. And of course, there can only be one victor in that. Here comes Humper, though. Marks it onto the Cambodian. It's Jisoo right down below. He's got that grenade, so he doesn't really have to commit in close combat while he's heard the engines roaring from Treps as well. This time around, Honda won't be able to receive all too many points, but he did manage to reach the top 21 spot. Raimon finally catches on to Yuhai from the high ground that he has as advantage. And even though you have all that flair, if you're getting shots from afar, nothing could possibly stop you from that.
Yep, there you go. But Jisoo, he has an opening right now. At least he can come into the circle. Jumper did a little bit something that I would say a trigger discipline. He could have come in for the elimination, but he knew, you know what, there's a lot of roaring engines that Contra said earlier. So he kind of tried to save his vehicles first, and you know what, take the fight later. So this is the kind of skill sets we're seeing coming out from a Jumper. Now shifting into Brunei, some of them are spreading the blues, and sprays is happening from here, again using a shed.
Now, having that perfect cover is vital heading into the late game. Now, they only got 40 seconds to book the next spot. It's going to be on to the corners of Picado, where we've seen Frankie, Raimon, as well as Gatuni already having that perfect watch. Sando from the lower side of the hill, he should be able to make his way of entry, but got to keep an eye out. Over to the top of the hill, there's going to be lurkers that's ready to take them out. Jumper's going to be pretty far away, while Lambo is just utilizing this buggy to its maximum effect. As you can see, great control, driving around, knowing not to be within the sight of some of all these sharpshooters from the top side of the hill. Jumper catches onto Jisoo, and it finally lay the Cambodian player down to rest for tonight.
Yep, and definitely with the right skills and the target that was marked earlier, so he knew where to rotate. But right now, it might be danger for him because danger is approaching here. Spray's going through, and Jumper with that nick of health in, he still needs to do a little bit of that secrecy. He has to take cover, he needs to take care, but the lurk from that window and that impossible space for him to work, it wasn't possible for Jumper to take any of the shots.
Top 16, not too shabby after all. After having that clear, back and stand up. Now more damage being put out by Schweppes. He removes Zeros as everybody that's driving a vehicle is slowly taken down, one after another. Gatuni face to face with Red Face. Well, I didn't mean those puns, but Gatuni got some of these smokes here to at least set up a little bit more of a decoy, making them wonder if he's going to be staying inwards or not. But with the circle shifting, you expect players to always be on the ball, always be moving, and you see the change of pace. Now with only 13 players, Schweppes is moving in. Marnette, he's looking for a different target, but he misses the initial few shots, needing one more bullet. It could have been Ripface taken down. Marnette now racing right in. Forza's going to be able to eliminate Finn, and Forza's getting shot as well. Marnette goes in for a challenge, and he finally takes out Ripface of Indonesia. Now down to Schweppes as well. Gatuni getting chased upon. Gatuni will be from the higher grounds this time around. He's going to move right directly into the circle. There's not much time available, so this is crunch time for everybody out there. Schweppes with 3, but he's looking for more. Trying to get that buggy into safety if he can, but he has to deal with Marnette, but instead Marnette was too fast, too furious.
Yeah, so the angles, you know what, this crossfire is skirmish, and the circle is still shifting towards the center, and it's not enough for these players that is going by feet. And right now Ferrari head to head with Gatuni. I think he already know exactly where Gatuni is. It's right underneath, but the grenades are not clicking in well. Gatuni definitely tried to place himself away from the danger, but Ferrari, this is right in front of one another, but the shots will come in first. Gatuni definitely knows where to park in, but that's not the end, because Raymond definitely knows there is a fight going on. He will try to interfere from the vantage point, tries to get the angles right before picking in.
The circle's really moving towards his direction, so he's got perfect time to just slowly nail down whichever units that come closer his way. But Frankie is guarding the lower side of the hill. He's directly smack in the center. There's no way that he's going to lose out this area, while Stone, Allen, as well as Ramon, they have to move their way downwards eventually, because that's not going to cover ground for Korean members over the top. Well, Gatuni, he's currently on the open fields. There's not many safe spaces that he could basically run without getting detected. Well, Marnet, how is he going to cross? He's all the way up over the northern end of the map. Well, Gatuni, he found a way out. He drives directly into a small little town. With the erratic spray, not really connecting with that Scarl, but he really wants to take Marnet out.
Marnet did a little bit of that jiggle and he managed to get off well, but he is definitely being marked here. And I'm sure it's not only Stone, that is Raymond, remember, on the pinnacle part of that hill. So as of now, Vantage Point definitely wins, but it really depends on where the circle might want to get it, shifted after this. Grenade did not click in well for Marnet, but already there is an airdrop nearby where the hills are, where Raymond is currently the one that is seeing everybody, similarly to Alan, who's keeping quiet over on the other side of these tabs of hill slopes. Frankie is currently just hiding inside the compound, waiting for the right time to come out, similarly to Gotuni. So this is not the kind of circle we want to see, because it's simply hard to spot one after another. It's going to take time for them to finish off one another. So it's going to be a while.
Yeah, it does take a while, but it's also the perfect setting to really see who's going to be the ones who are the sharpest in covering every single angle out there. Ramon doesn't really have to worry all too much, but if there's going to be any one else to disrupt his tempo of flow, it has to be the other player, Alan, that's still on top of that hill. Stone has been going on the exchange of grenades with Marnet, but none of them have been able to yield any form of result. Though those grenades have been exchanged, it didn't seem like they could possibly find those area of coverage, because they can't even see each other at this point.
Yep, it's simply hard to reach. They are so close, but yet so far. Throwables can be reached upon to one another, and that's exactly what Alan is trying to do, at least towards Stone, who is right smack in front. He refuses to do the sprays. He wants to get into a different angle, probably try to get a better engagement into where the opponent is in, and Stone is simply confused as to why he's not pushing. So this is where we're seeing them battling with the wits. At the same time, we still have Marnet in the across the distance to where they are right now for Alan and
It's a
Stone.
lot of zone control coming in from both ends. Now he's tossing a stun grenade. That's an opening ping. My goodness, Stone! He was blinded up, but he gets a shot right in. How on earth was that possible? Stone! He could get another chicken dinner if he played it all to perfection. Now Raimon, he's going to be challenging Stone right down from below. And it's another grenade that's being lobbed right in for Marnet. 2 versus 1. Stone still dancing it up, but this time, not so lucky after all. Ramon got that perfect problem grenade. Now, it's between Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, as well as Myanmar. Oh no! A leap of faith turns into shambles. What a perfect moment for Marnet, looking from the outskirts.
That's what I was worried about with the fight, because someone else is just observing from the distance, and he is definitely the one that we thought was vulnerable, but because the zone shifted towards where he gets a little bit of the zone, so he plays it well, playing that. I wouldn't say it's passive, it's more onto he's using the skills and thinking about it. Like even if he pushes for elimination points, he's just going to take what matters most, which is of course the 20 points. And this is exactly what's going through these 3 players that are alive right now. We've got a representative from Malaysia, which is Frankie. We've got Marnet from Myanmar, and last but not least, he's got Tuni, who's still alive using the shed. So it really depends on who makes the first move, and plus that circle, if it does go on towards the compound, now this is going to smell trouble, because you're going to see a lot of this jiggling, dancing to one another, when they're doing a lot of that TPP move. But if it does go to Marnet, it would be interesting.
There's been 4 different winners throughout the past 3 chicken dinners that has been secured by 4 different nations. Myanmar hasn't gotten one as of now, But Marnet, after picking up 3, he's definitely feeling confident to bring one back to Myanmar. Frankie as well as Gatuni. The advantage that they have is that they've got walls to work with, while Frankie have already been spotted out by Gatuni. He sees those small little pixels through the window, and Gatuni fixates his eyes onto Frankie, who hasn't been suspected until now. Marnet has a little bit more room to get back in, and Frankie gets picked out. Now it's between Thailand as well as Myanmar, the neighboring countries. They've definitely had to settle the scores eventually, and the time is now. Marnet still on the outskirts, though. He does have to circle. He doesn't have to push. Gatuni by the edge of it. Now he's going to be dropping some stun grenades, hoping for a reaction. Gatuni's got no idea. And Gatuni, he can't play it slowly. And down to this 1v1, it's anyone's game. None of these players have gotten the chicken dinner yet. But if Thailand wins another, they can safely say that they are the best region of Southeast Asia for day 1.
But look at all these game instincts that is coming in from Gatuni. He's actually facing into the right target. He already kind of knew, but Marnet is coming out right now, doing a little bit of the jiggle. Gatuni definitely sees that and trying to do that. A little bit of the jiggle, still getting a little bit of the damage, not giving up. Marnet is coming in close and doing the jiggle dance. Doing the jiggle dance and trying to do a jump shot, at least very, very close to one another, waiting patiently for each other to come out. Is it going to be a Myanmar or another Thailand chicken dinner? Oh, this is not going to be good for Myanmar, because it's going to be another winner chicken dinner for the Thailand country, with Gatuni showing off his skills.
A wonderful display out of Gatuni. And you saw how he worked magic through the tiny little crack of the wall. He was dancing with the Tigers. And Gatuni has got it in the bag. And this is day 1 all wrapped up. Gatuni secures second chicken dinner for Team Thailand. Wow. Today have been pretty wild in terms of actions that we're getting here in the PUBG Mobile individual division. Sis Jenny, I almost ran out of words right there. And that was the best way we could ever close out any singles matchup right there and then. Gatuni was way too good.
Yeah, but it was 2 great displays by 2 different athletes, because Marnet had limited of the space. He had to come in when there was like 6 players that were still alive. So he had that limited of space. He had to think about whether should I push it into the compound, knowing that he has like open spaces, only sense, not even a single rock. He used the bush, it was super vulnerable. So he had to make decisions after decisions. And when it's really the time where he wants to come out doing the jiggle, Gatuni had some difficulties in order to spray him down, just because Gatuni had that small little ledge. He just had to do the pick and managed to cover the important parts of that player. So it was 2 great displays by 2 different athletes.
Indeed, and we saw it was down to the wire out there. Though you saw that the final player of Myanmar was basically pushing forward. There was so little room for him to actually squeeze any sort of damage through those walls, but I was pretty surprised on how long he has lasted, and he knew how exactly to dodge, and well, it definitely takes 2 to tango. That was the perfect dance for that chicken dinner that I could ever ask for, and you saw. It came really close. Marnet definitely is another player that we should basically keep our eyes on day 2, because with this sort of finishing on second place, we saw that he also secured quite a number of elimination points. I thought that Stone could actually pull a double by the end of it all, where he was hugging by the corners of that giant rock that he's hugging to. But there's so many flurry of grenades, and that definitely helped him on his tracks. But everybody else on the top, they could have caught Marnet. Why did nobody see him? I was left baffled throughout the whole mode. I try not to be all too overwhelmed about it, because Marnet, he was far out in the wide open. and nobody saw that.
Yeah, because probably a lot of these athletes, they had this discipline or not to over pick. So they kind of, the moment they get out of that proning position, they just pick it and like go back into their position. So they didn't have the time to literally like scout through like how they play, the difference when they are playing with squad and individual. So this is where we are seeing two different, the same gameplay, same PUBG Mobile, but two different kinds of execution we are seeing here. So
It's great
not many
mechanics
players
overall.
can do that. Yeah, exactly.
like,
The mechanics that we're looking at.
Just for a fun fact to all those who are currently watching, usually you think, hey, mobile games are a little easy, right? What if I tell you that PUBG Mobile players could use up to 8 fingers to even play on that phone?
Yeah.
I don't even know how you control that, but some players do. But typically 4 fingers is where it's at, right? So here comes MVP of the match has got to be Raimon, as he have done an absurd amount, 536 damage, one of the highest of the day, as he definitely had put Team Philippines on the map in this matchup so far, where you saw he was on top of the hill and he have picked out so many players out there. I remember one of it being Yuhai. That could have been the furthest shot that we've seen, 185 meters of distance coverage by the player.
Yep, definitely goes to Raymond because he kind of think out of the box. He took the hills and take control of that. It's just because of one movement. If he could have actually scouted through before jumping down, he definitely could have spotted Marnet. But because of that leap of faith, it wasn't as faithful enough as what he thought. He got spotted and Marnet knew exactly the timing on when to spray. I mean, he could have just gone to spray towards one of the Thailand players that was initially had to battle it out with the Indonesian player, but then he just waited for Marnet. So basically, not Marnet, but he was waiting for Raymond. So he was just waiting and watching the entire thing. That's the trigger discipline that I've seen in him.
That's right. And of course, displayed on screen are the total results on match 5 itself, where we got 23 points for Gatuni being the man of the hour. And here we go. Here are the match standings from 21st all the way up to the 40th. Well, tomorrow is where it's grind time for all the 51 players on board. Sure, being behind on the middle of the pack doesn't really sit well on any of these pro players, but you've heard from all the interviews that this have been a pretty tough tournament because anything could honestly happen. As compared to squats, it's a lot more of a controlled variable. Here, you're always on your toes. You saw those quick feet, those trigger fingers out there. Man, it was so hard for anybody that's in the game to keep up to pace. And of course, we'll be seeing better performances coming out of those who may not have gotten all too much in this Myanmar matchup. But tomorrow, that's 5 games, 5 hours of back-to-back PUBG Mobile action in the individuals category. And there's so many impressive players out here that I just got to give kudos to every one of them who are taking part. Whether or not if they got the chicken dinner, I think that they're definitely showing us high quality and excellence of the play styles that have been displayed throughout the day.
And yep, and now we're looking to head here, and this is coming from Raymond. So at least Philippines, you have to be proud with one player that is holding on to the record. He not only he gets the MVP, it's a head-to-head too. We've got Tuni. Damage-wise, he has a whole lot. So he definitely know how to take advantage when he has that control on top of that hill. So he got like a whole lot of difference with the damage. So at least in a way, it kept that in the record book for the damage for Philippines at least. But right now, overall standing, got Tuni taken over. The rankings as of now, the stats here, with 66 in the lead after the 5th match, and then followed by 2 awesome Laos players that is showing that, hey, you know, especially Honda, no chicken dinner, no problem.
That's right. And Honda have been able to maintain the server pace. Now Laos as well as Thailand both are taking over the top 5 spots overall. And I really wonder what's the magical formula they've been able to survive for so long and still get those big number of frags round after round. So far, we see a little bit of mixed bag of every other nation who is currently vying to race to the top, while over on 21st all the way to 30th, we see some of the players that have impressive performances, and after Barnett's individual plays making it to the top 2, he's now sitting at 22nd. Quite a big leap, if you ask me, from the couple of performances that he had for the past few rounds.
Yep, definitely that leap. Hopefully there's players that is trying to also show that they can do elimination points. They can come back tomorrow and learn something, at least from the matches that we've been through. It's going to be the same cycle of the match. But looking into Yu Hai, only getting 3 elimination points, I think he's also another player that has been showing a lot of skills, at least with some of the maps that we've been through today. But unfortunately, he has to watch more of his 6, because when you are rotating and you're playing individual game, it's going to be trickier. You know, you can't expect that nobody is watching you. Sometimes somebody can just wait in the shed and just like, hey, surprise, surprise, like what Myanmar Finn did.
Yeah, and not only watching all the way to the back, in Miramar, it's important to look up sky high, up those hills.
Yeah.
Because that's how Yuhai got taken out, right? And honestly, of course, fans have a lot of expectation out of certain players out there, but rest assured, there's always another better day out there for them to get back on track. We saw Yuhai only gotten about 3 elimination points for today, and not that great of a placement because he loves to hunt out early on. So perhaps he's got to hold his horses. Same goes to Luxy and so many of all the other players out there. So with that being said, of course, it's been a pleasure casting the 31st SEA Games that's hosted in Vietnam, as you have been tuning into PUBG Mobile. It's Contra as well as Danny signing out as we leave you with the interview here with Team Thailand.
Yay!
For being victory in the game, could you please say with us about the atmosphere of SEA Games 31 celebrating in Vietnam?
สวัสดีค่ะขอยินดีด้วยนะคะแล้วก็วันนี้อะค่ะเรารู้สึกยังไงเกี่ยวกับบรรยากาศของซีเกม31คะ
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าด้วยความที่มันไม่ใช่ตั้งแต่ที่เล่นมาเมื่อปีก่อนคือยังไม่ใช่ออฟไลน์เลยสักครั้งแต่อันนี้เป็นออฟไลน์ครั้งแรกในปีใช่
Mình cảm thấy rất là hồi hộp bởi vì là mình đã tham gia nhiều cuộc thi rồi, nhưng mà bình thường là sẽ thi online, nhưng mà lần này là được thi trực tiếp ở tại sân khấu này thì thấy rất là hồi hộp.
He said that he felt a little bit nervous.
Tuy nhiên thì Courtney cũng đã thể hiện rất tốt và đội tuyển của Thái Lan cũng đã có được 2 lần ăn gà với 2 đại diện trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Vậy thì Courtney đã cảm thấy là đội tuyển Thái Lan đã thể hiện được bao nhiêu % sức lực của mình và liệu rằng các bạn có tự tin trong ngày mai sẽ giành được tấm huy chương vàng hay không?
How do you feel about Thailand performance today, especially Thailand team 2? And how do you think about the chance of getting the gold medal tomorrow?
วันนี้รู้สึกว่าทีมไทยทำได้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์แล้วคะแล้วก็คิดว่าพรุ่งนี้เราจะได้เป็นอันดับที่1อีกไหมคะ
ถ้าถามถึงทีมไทยคิดว่าน่าจะ 100% นะครับแต่สำหรับตัวผมก็ให้แค่ 80% ด้วยความที่ยังตื่นเต้นตื่นสนามไม่ได้แข่งแบบฟิลแบบออฟไลน์มานานครับ
Đối với team Thái thì mình thấy là mọi người đã làm và cố gắng được 100% rồi, còn với bản thân mình thì mình thấy là mình mới được 80% thôi.
Như vậy thì chúc cho Courtney ngày mai sẽ mang theo được 100% sức lực, cũng như là đội tuyển Thái Lan sẽ thi đấu hết mình để có thể giành được thành tích cao nhất trong nội dung thi đấu cá nhân này nhé.
Okay, good luck to you tomorrow and whole team of Thailand tomorrow.
Các bạn thân mến, như vậy là phần phỏng vấn vừa rồi đã khép lại ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của SEA Games 31 tựa game PUBG Mobile. Ngày mai, các bạn khán giả hãy nhớ đón xem những diễn biến tiếp theo của giải đấu vào lúc 15 giờ trên các kênh sóng của PUBG Mobile Esports Việt Nam. Còn bây giờ, xin chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại!